Hello? Sorry, that took me a second to get things ready. How do I sound, by the way? Am I coming through? Am I too loud? Am I too quiet? Please let me know. Thank you for the headbats. I have a lot of things set differently today. Band user, hello. Today I'm actually sound very soundy. Is that too much? Dehydrated, I might be. I have water and a teapot full of honey lavender tea. And I'll be drinking quite a few fluids throughout today, so definitely be sure to keep the hydrates coming in. Not much has happened since last we caught up, but I'm glad that you're here. How have I been? I've been fantastic today. I had a meeting with my manager that went very well. And there are a lot of very exciting things coming up in 2024 that I'm excited to share with you all. For those who are new here, I don't tend to do this kind of stream very often, but in September, I did an ASMR sort of stream with kinetic sand, and that went fantastically. I'm not sure if it counts as ASMR or not, but I liked the idea of a very comforting storybook stream where I read, well, in my case, it's Christmas stories, but I would love to have recommendations if there's short stories that are fun to read for other holidays as well. My ignorance is perhaps in display that I don't have more prepared ahead of time for other holidays than the one I personally celebrate, and I do apologize for that. One moment as I get a few things ready. How are you all doing today? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, this is not my usual form of content. I usually produce Eurobeat music, or we just hang out. I'm a lot more loud, a lot more goofy, and I'd almost say almost a little lewd, not much. Holiday stories, there goes my plan of getting a Stephen King book read by Jessa. Oh, maybe. You are happy. Aw, that's very good, Vera. Hey, Bursa. I don't think I said hi to anyone, by the way. I'm sorry. Now, hello, Agent B7. Hello, Pixie. Hello, Vera. Hello, Jade. Hello, Bursa. Hello, Mike. I see what you did with the name there. Hi, Poketoa. Hi, Maddie. Hello, High Tech. Hello, Band. Hello, Vermouth. Hello, Jesse. Hello, Destiny. Hello, Tazana. Hello, Maury. Drained as heck today. School finals are approaching and my semester is really trying to burn me out here at the end. I'm sorry to hear that, Kim. I hope that today's stream can be a moment of rest and relaxation for you. I had this little fantasy in my head of people even falling asleep as I read these stories, to the point where I even cut out my usual music. By the way, I ordered food, so if I end up needing to step away to take care of that, or if there's a loud doorbell ring when that happens, I do hope that it's not too loud and that a certain amount of volume may be forgivable. I'm gonna get a little bit closer also. You don't mind me being a little closer, do you? Hearing you, tuning in to try to help me motivate myself to work on homework, lol. Hearing your voice is really soothing too. Well, this is perfect then, because what I can do is I can be reading cute little stories that'll entertain as you get your work done. That said, please do prioritize your studies first and foremost. And if you find that my stream is a distraction, I will be quite okay if you focus on that first. Be good to yourself, okay? Promise me that. I'm gonna have a sip of my tea in the meantime. That's very good. Like a salve for my voice. I have a few short stories lined up for you. Some classics, some I might get in trouble for reading, so if the VOD goes down, I hope you can understand why. Now, I have stories like The Polar Express, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, The Gift of the Magi, the original Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, the story that inspired the song. 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, or actually, I believe it's originally called A Visit from St. Nick, or A Visit from Santa Claus. Let me get the actual... Yeah, A Visit from St. Nicholas. And then a very short one that I think I might start with. The Elves and the Shoemaker, which is from Hans Christian Andersen in one of his less tragic stories. Yeah, I'll confess, I wanted to do a stream where I flexed my voice a little bit and did something comforting. Not as dependent on noise or, bluntly, boobs to entertain on the same level. Oh, I'm glad that you are, Mike. All right, I'm gonna scooch a little bit over and make some room for the thing. We're not doing that one, we're doing this one. Let's start with the Elves and the Shoemaker, shall we? And move this within readability. All right. This one is The Elves and the Shoemaker. By the way, this is basically going to be the stream. There's not going to be... I might do some background music if it's too empty, but I really like the idea of a very calming, maybe even low stimulus kind of stream today. With that said, here we go. The Elves and the Shoemaker. There once was a shoemaker who worked very hard and was very honest, but still he could not earn enough to live upon, and at last all he had in the world was gone, save just leather enough to make one pair of shoes. Then he cut his leather out, all ready to make up the next day, meaning to rise early in the morning to his work. His conscience was clear and his heart light amidst all his troubles, so he went peaceably to bed, left all his cares to heaven, and soon fell asleep. In the morning, after he had said his prayers, he sat himself down to his work, when, to his great wonder, there stood the shoes, all ready-made, upon the table. The good man knew not what to say or think at such an odd thing happening. He looked at the workmanship. There was not one false stitch in the whole job. All was so neat and true that it was quite a masterpiece. The same day, a customer came in, and the shoes suited him so well that he willingly paid a price higher than usual for them. And the poor shoemaker, with the money, bought leather enough to make 2 pairs more. In the evening, he cut out the work and went to bed early, that he might get up and begin betimes the next day. But he was saved all the trouble, for when he got up in the morning, the work was done ready to his hand. Soon in came buyers, who paid him handsomely for his goods, so that he bought leather enough for 4 pair more. He cut out the work again overnight and found it done in the morning, as before. And so it went on for some time. What was got ready in the evening was always done by daybreak, and the good man soon became thriving and well off again. One evening, about Christmas time, as he and his wife were sitting over the fire chatting together, he said to her, "I should like to sit up and watch tonight, that we may see who it is that comes and does my work for me." The wife liked the thought, so they left a light burning and hid themselves in a corner of the room, behind a curtain that was hung up there, and watched what would happen. "No worries, Marcy. I'm glad that you're here. Lurk as you like." As soon as it was midnight, there came in 2 little naked... I didn't expect that. And they sat themselves upon the shoemaker's bench, took up all the work that was cut out, and began to ply with their little fingers, stitching and wrapping and tapping away at such a rate that the shoemaker was all wonder, and could not take his eyes off them. And on they went, till the job was quite done, and the shoes stood ready for use upon the table. This was long before daybreak, and they bustled away, as quick as lightning, The next day, the wife said to the shoemaker, "These little wights have made us rich, and we ought to be thankful to them, and do them a good turn if we can. I am sorry to see them run about as they do, and indeed it is not very decent, for they have nothing upon their backs to keep off the cold. I'll tell you what, I'll make each of them a shirt, and a coat, and a waistcoat." Hello, Celine. That is quite a time to pop in. A waistcoat and a pair of pantaloons into the bargain. And do you make each of them a little pair of shoes? The thought pleased the good cobbler very much, and one evening, when all of the things were ready, they laid them on the table, instead of the work that they used to cut out, and then went and hid themselves to watch what the little elves would do. About midnight, in they came, dancing and skipping, hopped around the room, and then went to sit down to their work as usual. But when they saw the clothes lying for them, they laughed and chuckled and seemed mightily delighted. Then they dressed themselves in the twinkling of an eye, and they danced and capered and sprang about as merry as could be, till at last they danced out at the door and away over the green. The good couple saw them no more, but everything went well with them from that time forward, for as long as they lived. I suppose it is only tangentially a Christmas story. I do suppose that it could be a story that happens any other time of the year, but I thought it was a nice short story to start with. I actually hadn't really known the story of the good cobbler and the elves beforehand, but I'd heard it referenced. I think there's a reference to it in the beginning of Elf as well. There's a joke like, "Lazy bum couldn't make a clog." And then the part of baking cookies in a tree. "I want to make shoes." All right. The next story, or should I take a second? How y'all doing after that story? I'm gonna take a second to sip my tea. Actually, I think that works very well. Thank you for that, Bats. I very much appreciate that. My DoorDasher is nearby. Let me take a look. It's cute and cozy, so officially Oh dear. I wonder if they're waiting for me to come outside. Aw, thank you, Jade. Oh, I think they might have trouble. Yeah, I think they might be having some trouble. I will be right back. One moment, please. I am back. Sorry for the wait. I had a sandwich, which I didn't realize was full-sized until it arrived, and a little thing of soup. I hope that none of it's too noisy. Alright, let me reappear. Boop. And let me get the stories back on screen. Here we are. I know this is a pretty big change of pace from my usual stream, so I hope, well, every once in a blue moon, it's nice to be a little quiet, eh? Might have a couple of bites of soup before I get to the next story. I wonder where the limit on these things is. I'm not sure, but thank you so much for 20 streams in a row. Thank you so much, Hopefully Human. Can we get some love in the chat for that level of dedication? Quick bite. All right. You've returned into the planes of existence for the first time in many, many days. Welcome back, Venoms. Great to have you. Today's stream is very different. I'm doing something a little bit quieter, a little bit more peaceful. The next story, it's a little bit bittersweet, I find. It's not one of my favorites, but I find that it is considered a classic for good reason. Presenting The Gift of the Magi by O. Henry. $1.87. That was all. And 60 cents of it was in pennies. Pennies saved 1 and 2 at a time by bulldozing the grocer and the vegetable man and the butcher till one's cheeks burned with this silent imputation of parsimony that such close dealing implied. 3 times Della counted on it. $1.87. And the next day... Latent, thank you so much for the 187 bits. Ow, but also thank you. Every bit helps and every bit is appreciated. That brings you up to the top of the leaderboard at 487. I forgot that I had the speakers on. Right. There was clearly nothing to do but flop down on the shabby little couch and howl. So Della did it. Which instigates the moral reflection that life is made up of sobs, sniffles, and smiles, with sniffles predominating. While the mistress of the home is gradually subsiding from the first stage to the second, take a look at the home. A furnished flat at $8 a week. It did not exactly beggar description, but it certainly had that word on the lookout for the Mendicity squad. How do I pronounce this word, actually? Thank you, Answers.com. Very cool. In the vestibule below was a letterbox in which no letter would go, and an electric button from which no mortal finger would coax a ring. Oh, thank you for the head pats. Also appertaining thereunto was a card bearing the name Mr. James Dillingham Young. The Dillingham had been flung to the breeze during a former period of prosperity when its possessor was being paid $30 per week. Thank you for that, Bats, my goodness. Oh my. $30 a week. Now, when the income was shrunk to 20, though, they were seriously thinking of contracting to a modest and unassuming D. Ah, thank you. Goodness. You're all so sweet to me today. Thank you. That down on the bar for now. But whenever Mr. James Dillingham Young came home and reached his flat above, he was called Jim and greatly hugged by Mrs. James Dillingham Young, already introduced to you as Della, which is all very good. Della finished her cry and attended to her cheeks with the powder rag. She stood by the window and looked out dully at a gray cat walking a gray fence in a gray backyard. Tomorrow would be Christmas Day, and she had only $1.87 with which to buy Jim a present. She had been saving every penny she could for months, with this result. $20 a week doesn't go far. Expenses had been greater than she had calculated. They always are. Only $1.87 to buy a present for Jim. Her Jim. Many a happy hour she had spent planning for something nice for him, something fine and rare and sterling, something just a little bit near to being worthy of the honor of being owned by Jim. There was a pier glass between the windows of the room. Perhaps you have seen a pier glass in an $8 flat. A very thin and very agile person may, by observing his reflection in a rapid sequence of longitudinal strips, obtain a fairly accurate conception of his looks. Della, being slender, had mastered the art. Suddenly she whirled from the window and stood before the glass. Her eyes were shining brilliantly, but her face had lost its color within 20 seconds. Rapidly, she pulled down her hair and let it fall to its full length. Now, there were two possessions of the James Dillingham Youngs in which they both took a mighty pride. One was Jim's gold watch that had been his father's and his grandfather's. The other was Della's hair. Had the Queen of Sheba lived in the flat across the air shaft, Della would have let her hair hang out the window some day to dry just to depreciate Her Majesty's jewels and gifts. Had King Solomon been the janitor, with all his treasures piled up in the basement, Jim would have pulled out his watch every time he passed, just to see him pluck at his beard from envy. So now Della's beautiful hair fell about her, rippling and shining like a cascade of brown waters. It reached below her knee and made itself almost a garment for her. And then she did it up again, nervously and quickly. Once she faltered for a minute and stood still while a tear or two splashed on the worn red carpet. On went her old brown jacket, on went her old brown hat. With a whirl of skirts and with the brilliant sparkle still in her eyes, she fluttered out the door and down the stairs to the street. Where she stopped, the sign read, I'm guessing that's Madame Sofroni, hair goods of all kinds. One flight up, Della ran and collected herself, panting. Madame, large, too white, chilly, hardly looked the Sofroni. Will you buy my hair? Asked Della. I buy hair, said Madame. Take your hat off and let's have a sight at the looks of it. Down rippled the brown cascade. $20, said Madame, lifting the mass with a practiced hand. Give it to me quick. And and the next 2 hours tripped by on rosy wings. Forget the hash metaphor. She was ransacking the stores for Jim's present. She found it at last. It surely had been made for Jim and no one else. There was no other like it in any of the stores, and she had turned all of them inside out. It was a platinum fob chain, simple and chaste in design, properly proclaiming its value by substance alone and not by meretricious ornamentation, as all good things should do. Hello, gamer boy. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well today. It was even worthy of the watch. As soon as she saw it, she knew that it must be Jim's. It was quite like him. Quietness and value. The description applied to both. $21 and they took from her for it. And she hurried home with the 87 cents. With that chain on his watch, Jim might be properly anxious about the time in any company. Grand as the watch was, he sometimes looked at it on the sly on account of the old leather strap that he used in place of a chain. When Della reached home, her intoxication gave way a little to prudence and reason. She got out her curling irons and lighted the gas and went to work repairing the ravages made by generosity added to love, which is always a tremendous task, dear friends, a mammoth task. Within 40 minutes, her head was covered with tiny, close-lying curls that made her look wonderfully like a truant schoolboy. She looked at her reflection in the mirror long, carefully, and critically. If Jim doesn't kill me, she said to herself, before he takes a second look at me, he'll say I look like a Coney Island chorus girl. But what could I do? Oh, what could I do with $1.87? At 7 o'clock, the coffee was made, and the frying pan was on the back of the stove, hot and ready to cook the chops. Jim was never late. Della doubled the fob chain in her hand and sat on the corner of the table near this door that he always entered. Then she heard his step on the stair halfway down on the first flight, and she turned white for just a moment. She had a habit for saying little prayer about the simplest everyday things, and now she whispered, "Please, God, make him think I am still pretty." The door opened and Jim stepped in and closed it. He looked thin and very serious. Poor fellow, he was only 22, and to be burdened with a family. He needed a new overcoat and he was without gloves. Jim stopped inside the door, as immovable as a setter at the scent of quail. His eyes were fixed upon Della, and there was an expression in them that she could not read, and it terrified her. It was not anger, nor surprise, nor disapproval, nor horror, nor any of the sentiments that she had been prepared for. He simply stared at her fixedly, with a peculiar expression on his face. Della wriggled off the table and went for him. "Jim, darling," she cried, "don't look at me that way. I had my hair cut off and sold because I couldn't have lived through Christmas without giving you a present. It'll grow out again. You won't mind, will you? I just had to do it. My hair grows awfully fast. Say Merry Christmas, Jim, and let's be happy. You don't know what a beautiful, nice gift I've got for you." "You've cut off your hair?" asked Jim laboriously, as if he had not arrived at that patent fact yet, even after the hardest mental labor. "Cut it off and sold it," said Della. "Don't you like me just as well anyhow? I'm me without my hair, ain't I?" Jim looked about the room curiously. "You say your hair is gone," he said, with an air almost of idiocy. "You needn't look for it," said Della. It's sold, I tell you. Sold and gone, too. It's Christmas Eve, boy. Be good to me. It went for you. Maybe the hairs in my head were numbered," she went on with sudden serious sweetness. "But nobody could ever count my love for you. Shall I put the chops on, Jim?" Out of his trance, Jim seemed to quickly wake. He enfolded his Della. For 10 seconds, let us regard with discreet scrutiny some inconsequential object in the other direction. $8 a week or $1 million a year. What is the difference? A mathematician or a wit would give you the wrong answer. The Magi brought valuable gifts, but that was not among them. This dark assertion will be illuminated later on. I'm guessing enfolded means to hug, like embraced. Jim drew a packet from his overcoat pocket and threw it on the table. "Don't make any mistake, Dell," he said, "about me. I don't think there's anything in the way of a haircut or a shave or a shampoo that could make me like my girl any less. But if you'll unwrap that package, you might see why you had me going for a while at first." White fingers and nimble tore at the string and paper, and then an ecstatic scream of joy, and then, alas, a quick feminine change to hysterical tears and wails, necessitating the immediate employment of all the comforting powers of the Lord of the Flat. For there lay the combs, the set of combs, side and back, that Della had worshipped long in a Broadway window. Beautiful combs, pure tortoiseshell with jeweled rims, just the shade to wear in the beautiful, vanished hair. They were expensive combs, she knew, and her heart had simply craved and yearned over them without the least hope of possession. And now they were hers. But the tresses that should have adorned the coveted adornments were gone. But she hugged them to her bosom, and at length she was able to look up with dim eyes and a smile and say, "My hair grows so fast, Jim." And then Della leapt up like a little singed cat and cried, "Oh, oh!" Jim had not yet seen his beautiful present. She held it out to him eagerly upon her open palm. The dull, precious metal seemed to flash with a reflection of her own bright and ardent spirit. "Isn't it a dandy, Jim? I hunted all over town to find it. You'll have to look at the time 100 times a day now. Give me your watch. I want to see how it looks on it." Instead of obeying, Jim tumbled down on the couch and put his hands under the back of his head and smiled. "Dell," said he, "let's put our Christmas presents away and keep 'em a while. They're too nice to use just at present. I sold the watch to get the money to buy your combs. And now suppose you'll put the chops on." The Magi, as you know, were wise men, wonderfully wise men, who brought gifts to the babe in the manger. They invented the art of giving Christmas presents. Being wise, their gifts were no doubt wise ones, possibly bearing the privilege of exchange in case of duplication. And here I have lamely related to you the uneventful chronicle of two foolish children in a flat who most unwisely sacrificed for each other the greatest treasures of their house. But in a last word to the wise of these days, let it be said that of all who give gifts, these two were the wisest. Oh, all who give and receive gifts, such as they are the wisest. Everywhere they are wisest. They are the Magi. It is definitely bittersweet. I dislike that they end up giving each other things for gifts they no longer have, but it does demonstrate a certain selflessness that comes from a very deep generosity. Chat, have you ever given a gift like that? Hold that thought as I take a couple more bites of soup. Kim, thank you so much for hopping in. I hope that homework goes very well for you, okay? I hope that it goes by very quickly. You remember when Pinkie Pie sold her party cannon to buy Maud a present? The name of that episode, The Gift of Maud Pie. Yep, it was very much a reference to that. I definitely read that story long ago, and I did miss with a gift, but not like in the story, no. Aw, I see. I'm gonna hop out for now. Energy is low. Hope y'all have a wonderful rest of y'all's day and a wonderful rest of stream. Celine, thank you so much for popping in. Thank you, and have a great rest of your evening. I'm gonna hydrate, as was requested. I don't know how much of that picked up on the microphone, and I'm sorry if it was messy. I have two more before I switch from the browser to Kindle. There are two options for you. The original Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, the book that inspired the song, or 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, A Visit from St. Nicholas. Which would you rather have? Aw, Jade, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, you're never so relaxed troubleshooting. Aw. Well, I'm glad that I could provide a relaxing environment for that, and I hope troubleshooting goes smoothly. Night before. Let's go ahead and read The Night Before Christmas. The Houghton Mifflin publication of Was the Night Before Christmas, A Visit from St. Nicholas by Clement C. Moore. Would you like the introduction or just straight to the story? You know what? I may go forward with this one. Amid the many celebrations last Christmas Eve, in various places by different persons, there was one in New York City, not like any other anywhere. A company of men, women, and children went together just after the evening service in their church, and standing around the tomb of the author of A Visit from St. Nicholas, recited together the words of the poem which we all know so well and love so dearly. Dr. Clement C. Moore, who wrote the poem, never expected that he would be remembered by it. If he expected to be famous at all as a writer, he thought it would be because of the Hebrew dictionary that he wrote. Silver Hammock, thank you so much for the follow. It's great to have you here. I am Odyssey of Odyssey Eurobeat. My work has been featured in Super Eurobeat, Initial D, DDR, and Matara Kana v Shoujo. And today I'm doing a very different kind of stream for what I usually do. I'm glad that you're here. Let's see. He was born in a house near Chelsea Square, New York City in 1781, and he lived there all his life. It was a great big house with fireplaces in it, just the house to be living in on Christmas Eve. Dr. Moore had children. He liked writing poetry for them even more than he liked writing a Hebrew dictionary. He wrote a whole book of poems for them. One year he wrote this poem, which we usually call "'Twas the Night Before Christmas," to give to his children for a Christmas present. They read it just after they had hung up their stockings, before one of the big fireplaces in their house. Afterward, they learned it, and sometimes recited it, just as other children learn it and recite it now. It was printed in a newspaper, then a magazine printed it, and after a time it was printed in the school readers. Later it was printed by itself with pictures. Then it was translated into German, French, and many other languages. It was even made into Braille, which is the raised printing that blind children read with their fingers. But never has it been given to us in so attractive a form as in this book. It has happened that almost all the children in the world know this poem. Mike, thank you so much for the follow. Great to have you here. And thank you for the follow on such an unusual stream given my usual. It has happened that almost all children in the world know this poem. How few of them know any Hebrew? Every Christmas Eve, the young men studying to be ministers at the General Theological Seminary, New York City, put a holly wreath around Dr. Moore's picture, which is on the wall of their dining room. Why? Cyber Tiger VA, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It is great to have you here. I am Odyssey of Odyssey Eurobeat. My work has been featured in Super Eurobeat, Initial D, DDR, and Matarikon of Shoujo. And today's stream is a little different. We're doing some cozy fireside Christmas story reading, and I hope you'll enjoy it. Why? Because he gave the ground on which the General Theological Seminary stands? Because he wrote a Hebrew dictionary? No. They do it because he was the author of A Visit from St. Nicholas. Most of the children probably know the words of the poem. They are old. But the pictures that Miss Jessie Wilcox Smith has painted for this edition of it are new. All the children probably have seen other pictures painted by Miss Smith, showing children at other seasons of the year. How much they will enjoy looking at these pictures, showing children on that night that all children like best, Christmas Eve. "'Twas the night before Christmas. 'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there." Picture of the stockings. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads, and Mamma in her kerchief and I in my cap had just settled our brains for a long winter's nap. And here's a picture of the sugar plums and wonderful visions that they're having at night. When out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from the bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters and threw up the sash. Hey, that's St. Nicholas. And there is Papa jumping from the bed in the coat. Ow! The moon on the breast of the new fallen snow gave the luster of midday to objects below, when what to my wandering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer. And there is Papa looking out the window, with a little old driver, so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be Saint Nick. More rapid than eagles his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, On, Comet, on, Cupid, on, Donder and Blitzen, to the top of the porch, to the top of the wall. Now dash away, dash away, dash away all. And there is Saint Nick and 6 of the 8 reindeer. I imagine on the next page we will see the rest. Called it. This is very different from what I tend to do. Sorry. As dry leaves before the wild hurricane fly, when they meet with an obstacle, mount to the sky. So up to the housetop the coursers they flew, with a sleigh full of toys, and Saint Nicholas too. And then, in a twinkling, I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof. As I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney Saint Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed all in fur from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. Hello, Yawning Yorin. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well today. I really should mark this stream as ASMR. I'm realizing it now. A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack. Oh, that is a very short version of St. Nicholas. Let me see. That must be Papa. His eyes, how they twinkled. His dimples, how merry. His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard of his chin was as white as the snow. Aw, thank you, 8-Bit. And there he is. Looks very comfy with that pipe. The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke it encircled his head like a wreath. He had a broad little face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. And there he is with the bundle of toys. Oh, there's a book there, too. He was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him, in spite of myself. A wink of an eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread. Oh, the little steps. That's so cute. I'm sorry, that's actually really cute. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk, and laying his finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose. Aw. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim, ere he drove out of sight, "Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night." And there is one last illustration. 2 more, really. Oh, it's a cute bear. And that's just a blank page. Here are the kids enjoying their stockings, I suppose. That must be the back of the book. And this must be the back of the cover. That was A Visit from St. Nick, better known as The Night Before Christmas. That is one of my favorite Christmas stories, if only because at my parents' house there's a very tiny little version of it that sits comfortably in either the bathroom or the living room. And for some reason, I just really love that story a lot. It just feels very classic to me. Then again, color me a bit sentimental. I do have something for the classics. Coincidentally, I was surprised to learn that Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, the song we all know and recognize, the had a very shiny nose, say it glows, etc., was not the first of Rudolph media that the world got to see. After a couple of bites of my soup, I'll go to the next story. Oh, thank you. Yep, a couple of bites real quick. I do hope that's not picking up too much in the microphone. I'm sorry. This is a storytelling stream, not an eating ASMR. And a hydrate, that I can do. Tea is very good. No food sounds, no worries. Good, 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 good. Thank you, by the way, for indulging me in this idea. I know it's not for everyone, but I'm having fun with it, and I hope you are too. I like these softer ideas. The next story, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, written by the brother-in-law of the man who wrote the song. And this one comes first. This was actually a book that was given out for free. 2 million copies went out. Written for Montgomery Ward by Robert L. May. Illustrated by Denver Gillen. Now this is the cute part, because it's written in the same style. What is my favorite Christmas story? It's a toss-up. There are 3 contenders. There is Alabaster's Song, which is a story of one of the angels from that was present for Christ's birth, visiting a young boy with a lot of questions about Christmas. The second is 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, or A Visit from Saint Nick. And the third one is a very whimsical little story called Santa's Twin, about Santa's twin brother, believed to be evil at first, but just a bit misunderstood, and just tired of being in his big brother's shadow. Now, I do have a soft spot for other stories too, but I'm curious to see how Rudolph's original story goes. 'Twas the day before Christmas, and all through the hills the reindeer were playing, enjoying the spills of skating and coasting and climbing the willows, and hopscotch and leapfrog protected by pillows, while every so often they'd stop to call names at one little deer not allowed in their games. Ha ha! Look at Rudolph! His nose is a sight! It's red as a beet, twice as big, twice as bright! While Rudolph just wept, what else could he do? He knew that the things they were saying were true. Pardon my French, but the other deer are kind of assholes. Worse than even in the story, and in the song version. Where most reindeers' noses are brownish and tiny, poor Rudolph's was red, very large and quite shiny. In daylight it dazzled, the picture shows that. At nighttime it glowed like the eyes of a cat. And putting dirt on it just made it look muddy. Oh boy, was he mad when they nicknamed him Ruddy. Although he was lonesome, he always was good, obeying his parents as good reindeer should. That's why, on this day, Rudolph almost felt playful. He hoped that from Santa, soon driving his sleigh full of presents and candy and dollies and toys, for good little animals, good girls and boys, he'd get just as much, and this is what pleased him, as the happier, handsomer reindeer who teased him. So as night and a fog hid the world like a hood, he went to bed hopeful. He knew he'd been good. While way, way up north, on the same foggy night, old Santa was packing his sleigh for its flight. "This fog," he complained, "will be hard to get through." He shook his round head, and his tummy shook too. "Without any stars or a moon as our compass, this extra dark night is quite likely to swamp us. To keep from collisions, we'll have to fly slow. To keep our direction, we'll have to fly low.
We'll steer by the street lamps and houses tonight, in order to finish before it gets light. Just think how the boys and girls' faith would be shaken if we didn't reach 'em before they awaken. Come Dasher, come Dancer, come Prancer and Vixen, come Comet, come Cupid, come Donder and Blitzen. Be quick with your suppers, get hitched in a hurry. Goodness, can't rush that kind of thing. You too will find fog a delay and a worry. And Santa was right, as he usually is. The fog was as thick as a soda's white fizz. Just not getting lost needed all Santa's skill, with street signs and numbers more difficult still. He tangled in treetops again and again, and barely missed hitting a tri-motored plane. He still made good speed with much twisting and turning, as long as the street lamps and house lights were burning. At each house, first noting the people who lived there, he'd quickly select the bright presents to give there. By midnight, however, the last light had fled, for even big people had then gone to bed. Because it might wake them, a match was denied him. Oh my, how he wished for just one star to guide him. Through dark streets and houses, old Santa fared poorly. He now picked the presents more slowly, less surely. He really was worried. For what would he do if folks started waking before he was through? The air was still foggy, the night dark and drear, when Santa arrived at the home of the deer. A ledge that he tripped on while seeking the chimney gave Santa a spill and a painfully skinned knee. The room he came down in was blacker than ink. He went for a chair and then found it a sink! The first reindeer bedroom was so very black. He tripped on the rug and fell flat on his back, so dark that he had to move close to the bed. I'm sorry to hear that, Boundless. So close to the bed, and squint very hard at the sleeping deer's head, before he could choose the right kind of toy, a doll for a girl or a train for a boy. This was before Santa got a little bit more progressive with gift choices. But all this took time and filled Santa with gloom, while slowly he groped towards the next reindeer's room. The door he'd just opened, when to his surprise, up a dim but quite definite light met his eyes. Hi, Scarble. The lamp wasn't burning. The glow came instead from something that lay at the head of the bed. And there it lay. But wait now, what would you suppose? The glowing, you've guessed it, it was Rudolph's red nose. So this room was easy. This one little light let Santa pick quickly the gifts that were right. How happy he was till he went out the door. The rest of the house was as black as before, so black that it made every step a dark mystery. And then came the greatest idea in all history. He went back to Rudolph and started to shake him, of course, very gently, in order to wake him. And Rudolph could scarcely believe his own eyes. You can just imagine his joy and surprise at seeing who stood there so real and so near, while telling the tale we've already told here. Poor Santa's sad tale of distress and delay, the fog and the darkness, and losing the way. The horrible fear that some children might waken before his complete Christmas trip had been taken. And you, he told Rudolph, may yet save the day. Your wonderful forehead yet paved the way. I don't think that's the part that's glowing, Santa. For a wonderful triumph, it actually might. Old Santa, you noticed, was extra polite to Rudolph regarding his wonderful forehead. To call it a big shiny nose would sound horrid. I need you, said Santa, to help me tonight, to lead all my deer on the rest of our flight. Rudolph broke out into such a big grin, it almost connected his ears and his chin. A note for his folks, he dashed off in a hurry. I've gone to help Santa, he wrote. Do not worry, said Santa. My sleigh I'll bring down to the lawn. You'd stick in the chimney, and flash, he was gone. So Rudolph pranced out through the door, very gay, and he took his proud place at the head of the sleigh. The rest of the night, well, what would you guess? Old Santa's idea was a brilliant success. And brilliant was almost no word for the way that Rudolph directed the deer in the sleigh. In spite of the fog, they flew quickly and low, and made such good use of the wonderful glow from Rudolph's forehead at each intersection that not even once did they lose their direction. While as for the houses and streets with a sign on them, they merely flew close, so that Rudolph could shine on them. Thank you, Boundless. I'm glad that you think so. To tell who lived where, and just what to give whom, they'd fly by each window, and peek in the room. Old Santa knew always which children were good, and minded their parents, and ate as they should. So Santa selected the gift that was right, while Rudolph's forehead gave just enough light. And thank you so much for gifting that sub. And Boundless, please enjoy your emotes, your sub badge, being part of the Oddities community. Can we get some love in the chat for Boundless? And thank you for being around for this very unusual stream for today. This tends not to be my usual content, so this is trying something new. It all went so fast, but before it was day, the very last present was given away. The very last stocking was filled to the top, just as the sun was preparing to pop. Thank you for the head pats. Excuse me. The sun woke the reindeer in Rudolph's hometown. They found the short message that he'd written down, then gathered outside to await his return. And were they excited, astonished to learn that Rudolph, the ugliest deer of them all, Rudolph the red-nosed, bashful and small, the funny-faced fellow they'd always called names and practically never allowed in their games, was now to be envied by all, far and near. For no greater honor than can come to a deer than riding with Santa and guiding his sleigh. The number one job on the number one day. The sleigh and its reindeer soon came into view, and Rudolph still led them as downward they flew. Oh boy, was he proud as they came to a landing, right where his handsomer playmates were standing. These bad deer who used to do nothing but tease him would now have done anything only to please him. They felt even sorrier they had even sorrier they had been bad when Santa said, "Rudolph, I never have had a deer quite so brave or so brilliant as you at fighting black fog and at guiding me through. By you last night's journey was actually bossed. Without you, I'm certain we'd all have been lost. I hope you'll continue to keep us from grief on future dark trips as Commander-in-Chief." But Rudolph just blushed from his head to his toes until his whole fur was as red as his nose. The crowd first applauded, then started to screech, "Hooray for our Rudolph! And we want a speech!" But Rudolph was bashful despite being a hero, and tired. His sleep on the trip totaled 0. So that's why his speech was just brief and not bright. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. And that's why, whenever it's foggy and gray, it's Rudolph the Red-Nosed who guides Santa's sleigh. Be listening this Christmas, but don't make a peep, 'cause that late at night, children should be asleep. The very first sound that you'll hear on the roof, provided there's fog, will be Rudolph's small hoof. And soon after that, if you're still as a mouse, you may hear a swish as he flies round the house and gives enough light to give Santa a view of you and your room. And when they're all through, you may hear them call as they drive out of sight, "Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night." And there is a picture of Rudolph. I did not know that this story was a thing. And I feel like it gives a much better context for Rudolph's nose is canonically an anti-collision beacon. Indeed, it is precisely that. And I like that it's not just Santa deciding to exploit someone's nonconformity for well-being, but a discovery and a choice that was given to Rudolph. You know, perhaps a decision made not in knowing Rudolph prior, but simply just at the moment. I'm gonna have a couple of bites of soup, and then I think that's all the stories on this tab. The next two that I have, by the way, are The Polar Express and How the Grinch Stole Christmas. But for now, I'm going to move this back here and take a couple of bites. That was really cute. I really liked that story. How did you all think of it? Let's see, we're going to choose Kindle. Oh. Well, it claims to be showing it, but in reality it's not. You know what I might do? I think I'm just going to have it not capture the window. And I'll just capture I'll capture it this way. Window capture. Kindle. Well, that's not it. That's not a good window for it to be capturing. Here we go, here we go. Okay. And I'll scrunch it down. I hope this is enough. I'm gonna have another bite. I still have a whole sandwich. Oh, thank you for the head pats. Type 2, hello, hello. Thank you for more head pats. Much appreciated. One more bite, if that's okay. Forgive me for that. I'll thank you for the head pats. Now, I remember this book. Doing hot girl shish-like programming. Well, you're in a good spot for some low energy, easygoing reading to accompany you. And I'm glad that you're here. Tuned into the ASMR. So yeah, maybe I should label this an ASMR stream. I originally was just going to call it just chatting because it is basically just soft speaking, but I suppose if it is ASMR-like, then perhaps there would be some honesty in labeling it as such. I think I'm going to do that now. Done. Now, this one is The Polar Express, written and illustrated by Chris van Allsburg. Is there a reading category? Maybe. Reading fun, reading simulator, reading roundup, reading with phonics, reading recipes, reading Blaster 2000. Not quite. I think it's just ASMR. I do hope that's okay, though. Now, The Polar Express to Karen. On Christmas Eve, many years ago, I lay quietly in my bed. I did not rustle the sheets. Actually, I'm going to try one more time. I'd really like to have this behind me. Well, that's iTunes. It's not going to show me iTunes, is it? Well, there's Loop MIDI. Kindle. Well, that's not very good either, is it? That just does not look good. I'll put it away. Put it back to here, and then turn it off. I would like to make this a little bit more presentable, though. I believe it only goes this tall. If not, then I'll adjust the window again. And I'll make it a little larger, because the pictures are worth seeing. On Christmas Eve, many years ago, I lay quietly in my bed. I did not rustle the sheets. I breathed slowly and silently. I was listening for a sound a friend had told me I'd never hear. The sound, the ringing bells of Santa's sleigh. Denied. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It is great to have you here. I am Odyssey of Odyssey Eurobeat. My music has been featured in Super Eurobeat, Initial D, DDR, and Vishojo, Matarkon of Vishojo. And today I'm just doing an easygoing holiday story stream. I hope you're doing well today. The ringing bells of Santa's sleigh. There is no Santa, my friend had insisted, but I knew he was wrong. Late that night, I did hear sound, though not of ringing bells. From outside came the sounds of hissing steam and squeaking metal. I looked through my window and saw a train standing perfectly still in front of my house. It was wrapped in an apron of steam. I'm glad, and I love that you have Matara's emotes. Great to have you here. My usual content is usually a little bit louder, but today I wanted to do something gentle and easygoing. So if you'll indulge me, I appreciate that. Thank you for coming. It was wrapped in an apron of steam. Snowflakes fell lightly around it. A conductor stood at the open door of one of the cars. He took a large pocket watch from his vest, then looked up at my window. I put on my slippers and robe. I tiptoed downstairs and out the door. "All aboard?" the conductor cried out. I ran up to him. "Well, are you coming?" "Where?" I asked. "Why, to the North Pole, of course," was his answer. "This is the Polar Express." I took his outstretched hand, and he pulled me aboard. I'm not sure if it's capturing my mouse, but you can see, it's not capturing the mouse, okay. You can see the train. You don't see the conductor. Oh, no. If you look far left, just to the right of the bush by the house, you can see where the conductor is. The train was filled with other children, all in their pajamas and nightgowns. We sang Christmas carols and ate candies with nougat centers as white as snow. We drank hot cocoa and as thick and rich as melted chocolate bars. Outside, the lights of towns and villages flickered in the distance as the Polar Express raced northward. And here we have the chefs serving the hot cocoa, sorry. There is a difference. I found out recently there is a difference. Hot chocolate is generally just hot chocolate milk. And hot cocoa is, actually, hot chocolate's more like a drinking chocolate. It's like a thick, sippable thing, whereas hot cocoa is a little bit lighter. It's really comfy. I'm working, will be lurking. Thank you for the warm welcome and hope you are doing well. Thank you. And I'm glad that to be accompanying you as you work. Please do whatever you need to do. Take care of yourself and work as you need. Outside, the lights of towns and villages flickered in the distance as the Polar Express raced northward. Soon, there were no more lights to be seen. We traveled through cold, dark forests where lean wolves roamed and white-tailed rabbits hid from our train as it thundered through the quiet wilderness. And there are the wolves. I don't see any rabbits, though. Perhaps scare the wolves. Makes sense. We climbed mountains so high, it seemed as if we would scrape the moon. But the Polar Express never slowed down. Faster and faster we ran along, rolling over peaks and through valleys like a car on a roller coaster. Maybe that's why the movie had such an emphasis on roller coasters. Really bringing that phrase to life, isn't it? The mountains turned into hills, the hills to snow-covered plains. We crossed a barren desert of ice, the great polar ice cap. Lights appeared in the distance. They looked like the lights of a strange ocean liner sailing on a frozen sea. "There," said the conductor. I'm sorry. "There," said the conductor, "is the North Pole." You can see the Polar Express just on the top of the tracks. The North Pole. It was a huge city standing alone at the top of the world. filled with factories where every Christmas toy was made. At first, we saw no elves. They are gathering at the center of the city, the conductor told us. That is where Santa will give the first gift of Christmas. Who receives the first gift? We all asked. The conductor answered, he will choose one of you. And in this picture, you can see a little portrait of Santa Claus on the top of the tunnel for the train. Look, shouted one of the children. The elves! Outside, we saw hundreds of elves. As our train drew closer to the center of the North Pole, we slowed to a crawl. So crowded were the streets with Santa's helpers. When the Polar Express could go no farther, we stopped, and the conductor led us outside. And as you can see, the train is surrounded by many, 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 many little dots, all representing an elf. We pressed through the crowd to the edge of a large, open circle. In front of us stood Santa's sleigh. The reindeer were excited. They pranced and paced, ringing the silver sleigh bells that hung from their harnesses. It was a magical sound, like nothing I'd ever heard. Across the circle, the elves moved apart, and Santa Claus appeared. The elves cheered wildly. He marched over to us and, pointing to me, said,
"Let's have this fellow here."
He jumped into his sleigh. The conductor helped and handed me up. I sat on Santa's knee, and he asked,
"Now, what would you like for Christmas?"
we have a surprisingly slender Santa here. And one of the elves guiding the ones that are actually doing the work over here. I knew that I could have any gift I could imagine. But the thing I wanted most for Christmas was not inside Santa's giant bag. What I wanted more than anything was one silver bell from Santa's sleigh. When I asked, Santa smiled. Then he gave me a hug and told an elf to cut a bell from a reindeer's harness. The elf tossed it up to Santa. He stood, holding the bell high above him, and called out,
"The first gift of Christmas!"
And it's very hard to see in Santa's hand there, but he is in fact holding a very small bell. The deer don't seem very excited anymore. They just seem to be just kind of there. Oh no. All right. A clock struck midnight as the elves roared their approval. Santa handed the bell to me, and I put it in my bathrobe pocket. The conductor helped me down from the sleigh. Santa shouted out the reindeers' names and cracked his whip. His team charged forward and climbed into the air. Santa circled once above us and disappeared into the cold, dark polar sky. As soon as we were back inside the Polar Express, the other children asked to see the bell. I reached into my pocket, but the only thing I felt was a hole. I had lost the silver bell from Santa's sleigh. "Let's hurry outside and look for it," one of the children said. But the train gave a sudden lurch and started moving. We were on our way home. No, look how sad he is. Love this one just above, like, just towards the middle, top part of it, just like, hey, ayo. Right. It broke my heart to lose the bell. When the train reached my house, I sadly left the other children. I stood at my doorway and waved goodbye. The conductor said something from the moving train, but I couldn't hear him. "What?" I yelled out. He cupped his hands around his mouth. "Merry Christmas!" he shouted. The Polar Express let out a loud blast from its whistle and sped away. And you can see the kid waving out the door. They did a good job in the movie of recreating this house. On Christmas morning, my little sister Sarah and I opened our presents. When it looked as if everything had been unwrapped, Sarah found one last small box behind the tree. It had my name on it. Inside was the silver bell. There was a note.
Found this on the seat of my sleigh. Fix that hole in your pocket.
Signed, Mr. C. I shook the bell. It made the most beautiful sound my sister and I had ever heard. But my mother said, "Oh, that's too bad,"
Yes,
said my father.
it's broken.
When I'd shaken the bell, my parents had not heard a sound. Wait. You can see some of the toys and the scenery and the box that supposedly contains the bell. At one time, most of my friends could hear the bell, but as years passed, it fell silent for all of them. Even Sarah found one Christmas that she could no longer hear its sweet sound. Though I've grown old, the bell still rings for me, as it does for all who truly believe. And that is the bell. That appears to be an older version of the picture of the main character visiting the conductor. I really like that book. What do you think? Let's see. Back the Kindle. As I go back to a true classic. Aha. Let's download that. How many of you grew up with the book? Aw, Agent. Aw. Hopefully not a bad one. I'm gonna have a couple of bites of soup before I forget. Vermouth, thank you. That's so sweet. Oh, no, B7. That doesn't sound creepy at all. I'm honored, actually. I did not grow up with that book. That came along a good bit later. My family is more familiar with the movie, which is it's still magical, and I think it captures the beauty of of one of the more recent versions of the Polar Express that I've seen. But I still think the story is beautiful. All right. Y'all know how it is. It's time for the big one. All right. Aw, thank you. You're so sweet. What the heck? Put my headphones back on. I'm gonna have a little bit more soup before I jump into the next story. Sorry for the... Oh, thank you for the head pats. Sorry for the food break. I didn't eat much lunch, and I'm definitely pretty hungry. Better this than the crunch of a sandwich, I suppose. Thank you all for the head pats. I should maybe read A Christmas Carol. I think there might be time after the next one. Oh, goodness, thank you. You're so nice to me right now. Thank you. All right. The next one. Oh, goodness. No, don't start putting me to sleep. You are all so sweet. Thank you. What kind of soup, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, goodness. I might fall asleep, though. Hold on. Oh. Olivia, thank you. It is a very hearty chicken and rice from a nearby place called Eric's Deli Cafe. They make soups and salad and sandwiches. Ow, hey! I'm gonna go ahead and open up the sandwich real quick. Might take small bites between story bits. And hydrate, that I can do. I'm gonna pour myself another cup of tea, since I think that will be good for my voice. Should still be warm. It's a very comforting soup. Oh, thank you. All right. Pour a little bit of honey into the tea. Makes it very nice on my voice. And, I would like to do readings like this. I like, how do I say? One of the things that validates my voice to me is the fact that people find it comforting. It's something that I've learned as a way to accept and embrace my voice as it is. I'm gonna take a quick sip of tea. Oh, that's delicious. Okay. Now, so I don't rustle that too much. Great. Uh-oh. Sorry. All right, it's time for the classic. How the Grinch Stole Christmas. You're like a warm hug after a cold day. That is so sweet. Oh my gosh, that is so cute. Just out of curiosity, does the way of speaking today put a strain on your voice? No more so than usual. I will say, lately I found that it's less how I speak and more the fact that I do. I do still have a bump on my vocal cords, but generally I'm doing pretty well. I'm actually, I just realized something. You know what? I'm gonna keep it up. I'm hydrating. I have tea, and it's not the kind of actual tea where it would dry me out. It's not the diuretic. All right. How the Grinch Stole Christmas by Dr. Seuss. For Teddy Owens. Every Who down in Whoville liked Christmas a lot. That's probably kind of hard to see, isn't it? I really wish that the Kindle would capture correctly here. Can we try that, Kindle? Do I need to do, could do, back here, and then the Kindle. Close enough, actually. This works pretty well. Incorrectly, but, well, actually, no, that does work, actually. Okay. So I'm going to let go of that. I'm going to move this here, and then make it larger, like so. And now you scooch it over to the side, like this. It won't show all of it, but I think it'll do a better job. But the Grinch, who lived just north of Whoville, did not. The Grinch hated Christmas, the whole Christmas season. Now, please don't ask why. No one quite knows the reason. It could be his head wasn't screwed on just right. It could be, perhaps, that his shoes were too tight. But I think that the most likely reason of all may have been that his heart was 2 sizes too small. But whatever the reason, his heart or his shoes, he stood there on Christmas Eve, hating the Whos, staring down from his cave with a sour, grinchy frown at the warm lighted windows below in their town. For he knew every Who down in Whoville beneath was busy below, hanging a mistletoe wreath.
And they're hanging their stockings.
He snarled with a sneer.
Tomorrow is Christmas. It's practically here.
Then he growled, with his Grinch fingers nervously drumming.
I must find some way to stop Christmas from coming.
For tomorrow he knew. And if it's capturing my cursor in this, you can see the Grinch up there. I just realized that it applies the same screen filters to the window as the rest of the stream. We'll call it the Fire's Cozy Glow. Tomorrow he knew. All the Who girls and boys would wake bright and early. They'd rush for their toys. And then, oh, the noise. Oh, the noise, 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 noise. That's one thing he hated. The noise, 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 noise. Then the Who's, young and old, would sit down to a feast, and they'd feast, and they'd feast, and they'd feast, 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 feast. They would feast on Who pudding and rare Who roast beast, which was something the Grinch couldn't stand in the least. Weird side note, what is Who pudding? And what is Who roast beast? Is the beast a Who, or is the beast just different? Is that to differentiate it from regular roast beast? And again, what is the ingredient in Who pudding? But I digress. There has to be a little bit of sussiness in there. It's a VTuber stream after all. And then they'd do something he liked least of all. Every Who down in Whoville, the tall and the small, would stand close together, with Christmas bells ringing. They'd stand hand in hand, and the Who's would start singing. They'd sing, and they'd sing, and they'd sing, 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 sing. And the more the Grinch thought of this Who Christmas sing, the more the Grinch thought,
I must stop this whole thing. Why, for 53 years I've put up with it now. I must stop this Christmas from coming. But how?
And there you see all the Who's dancing around, dancing and singing. Then he got an idea. An awful idea. The Grinch got a wonderful, awful idea.
I know just what to do.
The Grinch laughed in his throat, and he made a quick Santa Claus hat and a coat, and he chuckled and clucked.
What a great Grinchy trick. With this coat and this hat, I look just like Saint Nick. All I need is a reindeer.
The Grinch looked around, but since reindeer are scarce, there were none to be found. Did that stop the old Grinch? No. The Grinch simply said,
If I can't find a reindeer, I'll make one instead.
So he called his dog Max. Then he took some red thread, and he tied a big horn on the top of his head. Oh, hold on a second. To the left we see, of course, the Santa Claus hat and coat. And, poor Max. Actually, I think I'm in the way of Max. Let me, scooch out of the way. Hope you don't mind me being too close, yeah? Right. Next. Then he loaded some bags and some old empty sacks on a ramshackle sleigh, and he hitched up old Max. Then the Grinch said,
Get out!
and the sleigh started down towards the homes where the Who's lay a snooze in their town. Scooch out of the way a little bit. You can see the few houses of Whoville just on the edge. All the windows were dark. Quiet snow filled the air. All the Who's were all dreaming sweet dreams without care, when he came to the first little house on the square.
This is stop number 1.
The old Grinchy Claus hissed, and he climbed to the roof, empty bags in his fist. Scooching over, you can see the house. It's J.P. Who, the first stop that the Grinch robs. Then he slid down the chimney, a rather tight pinch, but if Santa could do it, then so could the Grinch. He got stuck only once, for a moment or two. Then he stuck his head out of the fireplace flue, where the little Who stockings all hung in a row.
These stockings
He grinned,
are the first things to go.
and you can see to the side for Auntie Who, for Uncle Who Express, for JoJo, and the nondescript socks nailed to the fireplace. Yeah. Let me scooch over a little bit. Then he slithered and slunk with a smile most unpleasant around the whole room, and he took every present. Pop guns and bicycles, roller skates, drums, checkerboards, tricycles, popcorn, and plums, and he stuffed them in bags. Then the Grinch, very nimbly, stuffed all the bags, one by one, up the chimney. He actually looks pretty happy here. I noticed this. Seems pretty chill about undecorating. They did, Boundless. Someone, an anonymous gifter gifted you a sub earlier. Then he slunk to the icebox. He took the Who's Feast. He took the Who Pudding. He took the Roast Beast. He cleaned out that icebox as quick as a flash. Why, that Grinch even took their last can of Who hash. Side note, depending on when this was written or where, the idea of Who hash could be very different. I imagine they mean potatoes, but, well, as a Californian, it is my obligation and duty to imply that Who weed does exist. Sorry. I think I just removed all the wholesomeness out of this now. But there is the now empty living room and the Who's sleeping in their beds. Then he stuffed all the food up the chimney with glee.
And now,
Grinned the Grinch.
I will stuff up the tree.
Not much to see behind my head at the moment. And the Grinch grabbed the tree, and he started to shove, when he heard a small sound like the coo of a dove. He turned around fast, and he saw a small Who, little Cindy Lou Who was not more than 2. The Grinch had been caught by this tiny Who daughter, who got out of bed for a cup of cold water. She stared at the Grinch and said,
Santa Claus, why?
let me try that again.
Santa Claus, why? Why are you taking our Christmas tree? Why?
That is little Cindy Lou. And the Grinch being caught right there. Hello, Momo. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Let's see. But you know, that old Grinch was so smart and so slick. He thought up a lie, and he thought it up quick.
Why, my sweet little tot,
The fake Santa Claus lied.
there's a light on this tree that won't light on one side. So I'm taking it home to my workshop, my dear. I'll fix it up there, then I'll bring it back here.
And his fib fooled the child. Then he patted her head, and he got her a drink, and he sent her to bed. And when Cindy Lou Who went to bed with her cup, he went to the chimney and stuffed the tree up. And there is Cindy Lou with the cup of water. I am chilling, thank you, Momo. I usually stream much louder content than this, so it's nice to have a little bit of a break, a little bit of a breather. Something a little bit less stimulating. Then the last thing he took was the log for their fire. Then he went up the chimney himself, the old liar. On their walls, he left nothing but hooks and some wire. Creative writing! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It is great to have you here. I am Odyssey of Odyssey Eurobeat. My music has been featured in Super Eurobeat, Initial D, DDR, and Matara Khan of Shoujo. And usually I stream much louder and more active things, so today is a bit of a different experience. Thank you so much for coming. I'm glad that you could be here. And the one speck of food that he left in the house was a crumb. It was even too small for a mouse, which is hard to see until I move out of the way. There's the mouse. I just discovered my channel. Thank you for popping in. Yeah, I usually make Eurobeat music, which is very loud and fun and energetic and fast, and nothing like what I'm doing right now. Then he did the same thing to the other Who's houses, leaving crumbs much too small for the other Who's mouses. It was 15:15 dawn. All the Who's still abed. All the Who's still a snooze. Maybe when pigs fly. Thank you so much for the follow. Great to have you here. I am Odyssey of Odyssey Eurobeat, and my work has been featured in Super Eurobeat, Initial D, DDR, and Matara Khan of Shoujo. It's great to have you here. I'm also realizing that it might be a little hard to see what's going on. That should be fine. That should be fine. Okay. when he packed up his sled. Packed it up with their presents, the ribbons, the wrappings, the tags and the tinsel, the trimmings, the trappings. And when I move out of the way, you can see poor Max being saddled up with it. All right. 3,000 feet up the side of Mount Crumpet, he rode with his load to the tip-top to dump it.
Pooh-pooh to the Who's.
He was grinchishly humming.
They're finding out now that no Christmas is coming. They're just waking up. I know just what they'll do. Their mouths will hang open a minute or two. Then the Who's down in Whoville will all cry boo-hoo.
And you can see the edge of Mount Crumpet over here. I don't know if that's 3,000 feet, but, we'll take Seuss's word on it.
That's a noise
Grinned the Grinch.
that I simply must hear.
So he paused, and the Grinch put his hand to his ear. And he did hear a sound rising over the snow. It started in low. Then it started to grow. But the sound wasn't sad. Why, this sounded merry. It couldn't be so. But it was merry. Very. He stared down at Whoville. The Grinch popped his eyes. Then he shook. What he saw was a shocking surprise. And take a quick sip before I move on. How y'all doing, by the way? I haven't checked in a second. Every Who down in Whoville, the tall and the small, was singing without any presents at all. He hadn't stopped Christmas from coming. It came. Somehow or other, it came just the same. And once again, we see all the Who's singing together. And the Grinch, with his Grinch feet ice cold in the snow, stood puzzling and puzzling.
How could it be so? It came without ribbons. It came without tags. It came without packages, boxes, or bags.
And he puzzled 3 hours, till his puzzler was sore. Then the Grinch thought of something he hadn't before.
Maybe Christmas
He thought,
doesn't come from a store. Maybe Christmas, perhaps, means a little bit more.
I hope I don't have to do too much more of that voice. That one's a little bit hard. And what happened then? Well, in Whoville they say that the Grinch's small heart grew 3 sizes that day. And the minute his heart didn't feel quite so tight, he whizzed with his load through the bright morning light. And he brought back the toys and the food for the feast. And he, rushing down the hill, rushing down the mountain, he himself, the Grinch, carved the roast beast. And there he is carving the roast beast. I think I've read through these stories. Oh my gosh, hello! Hello, Raiders! Hello, hello, hello! It is great to have you here. I am Odyssey of Odyssey Eurobeat. Oh, thank you for that, Bats. It is great to have you. How are you? How is your stream? If we haven't met before, I am Odyssey. My work has been featured in Super Eurobeat, Initial D, DDR, and Matar Kanavi Shoujo. I usually have much louder, more wild streams, but today I wanted to do something cozy and comfy. I am reading Christmas stories, as you can see. Medusa Skirt, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It is great to have you here. Played a game chat chose for me in secret, which turned out to be Lethal Company. How did that go? I actually really like Lethal Company. Just yesterday I played it with a few other VTubers. It was really fun. All right. Before I go too much further, I'm at a bit of an impasse. This is as many stories as I had planned to share, and we're only just a little bit past just a little bit before the 2/3 mark of stream. Hey! And, Master Luck, thank you so much for the follow. Great to have you here. First time hopping in today. It was super cool. Yay, I'm glad. We could find a copy of Charles Dickens's A Christmas Carol. Your reading is just like a friend who's reading to someone who is sick and bad, and you want to make them feel better. What a melodic voice you have. Thank you. I'm glad that you think so. One thing I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to stop capturing the Kindle for a second and close the Kindle, because I think what we can do is, I think we have time. I think I could read Charles Dickens's A Christmas Carol in about an hour. But before that, I do need to get some bites of food in. And I don't want to be too loud into the microphone if anyone is sensitive to the sounds of eating. I did tag the stream ASMR. I'm not really doing ASMR. I wish I had a voice like that. Sheesh, aw, dark mystery. I'm sorry to hear that. For the record, if I speak just completely naturally, it's a bit more like this. But I found that by playing with tone instead of playing with pitch, I get a lot of mileage out of a far more comfortable voice. I actually put a pretty nasty bump on my vocal cords last year by forcing a voice that was not comfortable for me. And I highly recommend, instead of forcing something that doesn't sound natural, that you find something that is natural. I was surprised at the voice that I found for myself that turned out to be apparently approvedly feminine and wonderful. Aw, thank you, Hero. So about those tears, I think it was that last line, that the bell still rings for true believers regardless of age. And growing up and losing the magic is a big thing for me. Something I was often afraid of, but this brought me a recognition that I was lacking. Aw, B7. I'm glad that it could bring back some magic for you. I was the kind of kid that took a little too long to realize that Santa, the St. Nicholas, has a fascinating story that was carried on after the original documented story ended, if that makes sense. And I take this kind of I lost my train of thought. I take this holiday not seriously, but I do a lot with it. It's one of my favorites. And the idea that I could distill any amount of, for lack of a better term, Christmas magic on anyone, that means a lot to me. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to have a few bites of my sandwich. And let's go ahead and I'm going to find a copy of Snappy Dragoon. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's great to have you here. I am Odyssey of Odyssey Eurobeat, and I think you've heard me give the spiel to everyone else earlier, so great to have you. All right. All right. I see people are still doing that. Oh, there's a PDF. Okay, that's good. In prose, being a ghost story of Christmas. Okay. All right. Close that. All right, yep, a couple of quick bites and then I'll begin. I did not have lunch in time, and now it's nearly dinner. So I won't do too much with the food ASMR, as it were. All right, 1 second. I should have got something like chicken nuggets in retrospect. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The sandwich wasn't that good, goodness.
Nobody would be crazy enough to build a boat out of glass.
Oh no. Well, there's that. May I suggest that when you start reading again, to pin your introduction, so you don't have to stop from reading to do your spiel. Let's see. Sure. I can do that. Let's see. I think between chapters I could take a second to greet people. I think that's okay. That's manageable. One more bite, maybe. Uh-oh. My favorite book to read of all times. I had very fond memories of Treasure Island. And like a couple years ago, I did finally read Homer's Odyssey, which is a second book. It's a sequel to the Iliad, and I never did read the Iliad, so I do need to read that. Right, maybe one more bite. Hello? There we go. Yeah, one more bite. Well, that's not it. There we go. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. A little too large. There we go. Alrighty. I think I'm ready for now. I will enjoy the rest of my sandwich in due time. Quick sip of tea. Okay, here we go. And this is the preface from Charles Dickens himself. I have endeavored, in this ghostly little book, to raise the ghost of an idea, which shall not put my readers out of humor with themselves, with each other, with the season, or with me. May it haunt their houses pleasantly, and no one wish to lay it. It's zoomed in a little much. There we go. All right. Let's go. Oh, nice. Okay, there's illustrations. Stave 1, Marley's Ghost. Marley was dead, to begin with. There was no doubt whatever about that. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Scrooge signed it, and Scrooge's name was good upon change for anything he chose to put his hand to. Old Marley was as dead as a doornail. Mind, I don't mean to say that, as I say that I know, of my own knowledge, what there is particularly dead about a doornail. I might have been inclined myself to regard a coffin nail as the deadest piece of ironmongery in the trade, but the wisdom of our ancestors is in the simile, and my unhallowed hands shall not disturb it, or the country's done for. You will therefore permit me to repeat emphatically that Marley was dead as a doornail. Scrooge knew he was dead? Of course he did. How could it be otherwise? Scrooge and he were partners for I don't know how many years. Scrooge was his sole executor, his sole administrator, his sole assign, his sole residuary legatee, his sole friend and sole mourner. And even Scrooge was not so dreadfully cut up by the sad event, but that he was an excellent man of business on the very day of the funeral, and solemnized it with an undoubted bargain. The mention of Marley's funeral brings me back to the point I started from. There is no doubt that Marley was dead. This must be distinctly understood, or nothing wonderful can come of the story I am going to relate. If we were not perfectly convinced that Hamlet's father died before the play began, there would be nothing more remarkable in his taking a stroll at night in an easterly wind upon his own ramparts than there would be in any other middle-aged gentleman rashly turning out after dark in a breezy spot, say St. Paul's churchyard, for instance, literally to astonish his son's weak mind. Scrooge never painted out old Marley's name. There it stood, years afterwards, above the warehouse door, Scrooge and Marley. The firm was known as Scrooge and Marley. Sometimes people new to the business called Scrooge, and sometimes Marley, but he answered to both names. It was all the same to him. Oh, but he was a tight-fisted hand at the grindstone, Scrooge. A squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner. Hard and sharp as a flint from which no steel has ever struck out generous fire, secret and self-contained, and solitary as an oyster. The cold within him froze his old features, nipped his pointy nose, shriveled his cheek, stiffened his gait, made his eyes red, his thin lips blue, and spoke out shrewdly in his grating voice. A frosty rime was on his head, and on his eyebrows and his wiry chin. He carried his own low temperature always about with him. He iced his office in the dog days, and didn't thaw it 1 degree at Christmas. This is a Christmas carol. Good catch, Boundless. No worries, welcome back. External heat and cold had little influence on Scrooge. No warmth could warm, no wintry weather chill him. No wind that blew was bitterer than he. No falling snow was more intent upon its purpose, no pelting rain less open to entreaty. Foul weather didn't know where to have him. The heaviest rain and snow and hail and sleet couldn't boast of the advantage over him in only one respect. They often came down handsomely, and Scrooge never did. Nobody ever stopped him in the street to say, with gladsome looks, "My dear Scrooge, how are you? When will you come to see me?" No beggars implored him to bestow a trifle. No children asked him what it was o'clock. No man or woman ever stood in all his life inquired the way to such and such a place of Scrooge. Even the blind men's dogs appeared to know him, and when they saw him coming would tug their owners into doorways and up courts, and then would wag their tails as though they said, "No eye at all is better than an evil eye, dark master." Oop, there it is. But what did Scrooge care? It was the very thing he liked. To edge his way along the crowded paths of life, warning all human sympathy to keep its distance, was what the knowing ones called nuts to Scrooge. Once upon a time, of all the good days in the year on Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busy in his counting house. It was cold, bleak, biting weather. Foggy withal, and he could hear the people in the court outside go wheezing up and down, beating their hands upon their breasts and stamping their feet upon the pavement stones to warm them. The city clocks had only just gone 3, but it was quite dark already. It had not been light all day, and candles were flaring in the windows of the neighboring offices, like ruddy smears upon the palpable brown air. The fog came pouring in at every bit and keyhole, and was so dense without, that although the court was of the narrowest, the houses opposite were mere phantoms. To see the dingy cloud come drooping down, obscuring everything, one might have thought that nature lived hard by and was brewing on a large scale. I'm going to take a quick sip for tea. All right. The door of Scrooge's counting house was open that he might keep his eye upon his clerk, who in a dismal little cell beyond, a sort of tank, was copying letters. Scrooge had a very small fire, but the clerk's fire was so very much smaller that it looked like one coal. But he couldn't replenish it, for Scrooge kept the coal box in his own room, and so surely as the clerk came in with the shovel, the master predicted that it would be necessary for them to part. Wherefore the clerk put on his white comforter and tried to warm himself at the candle, in which such effort, not being a man of a strong imagination, he failed. "A Merry Christmas, Uncle! God save you!" cried a cheerful voice. It was the voice of Scrooge's nephew, who came upon him so quickly that his first intimation he had of his approach. "Bah!" said Scrooge. "Humbug!" He had so heated himself with rapid walking in the fog and frost, this nephew of Scrooge's, that he was all in a glow. His face was ruddy and handsome. His eyes sparkled, and his breath smoked again. "Christmas a humbug, Uncle!" said Scrooge's nephew. You don't mean that, I'm sure." "I do," said Scrooge. "Merry Christmas! What right have you to be merry? What reason have you to be merry? You're poor enough." "Come, then," returned the nephew gaily. "What right have you to be dismal? What reason have you to be morose? You're rich enough." Scrooge, having no better answer ready on the spur of the moment, said, "Bah!" again, and followed up with a humbug. "Don't be cross, Uncle," said the nephew. "What else can I be? returned the uncle.
when I live in such a world of fools as this. Merry Christmas. Out upon Merry Christmas! What's Christmas time to you but a time for paying bills without money? A time for finding yourself a year older but not an hour richer? A time for balancing your books and having every item in them through a round dozen of months presented dead against you? If I could work my will, said Scrooge indignantly, every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled with his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart. He should! Uncle!
Pleaded the nephew.
Nephew!
Returned the uncle sternly.
Keep Christmas in your own way and let me keep it in mine.
Keep it? Repeated Scrooge's nephew. But you don't keep it.
Let me leave it alone then, said Scrooge. Much good may it do you. Much good as it has ever done you.
There are many things from which I might have derived good, by which I have not profited, I dare say, returned the nephew. Christmas among the rest. But I am sure I have always thought of Christmas this time when it has come around. Apart from the veneration due to its sacred name and origin, if anything belonging to it can be apart from that, as good a time, a kind, forgiving, charitable, pleasant time, the only time I know of in the long calendar of the year, when men and women seem by one consent to open their shut-up hearts freely, and to think of people below them as if they really were fellow passengers to the grave and not another race of creatures bound on other journeys. And therefore, uncle, though it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe it has done me good and will do me good, and I say God bless it. The clerk in the tank involuntarily applauded. Becoming immediately sensible of the impropriety, he poked the fire and extinguished the last frail spark forever.
Let me hear another sound from you, said Scrooge, and you'll keep your Christmas by losing your situation. You're quite a powerful speaker, sir, he added, turning to his nephew. I wonder you don't go into Parliament.
Don't be angry, uncle. Come, dine with us tomorrow. Scrooge said that he would see him. Yes, indeed he did. He went the whole length of the expression, and said that he would see them in that extremity first. But why? Cried Scrooge's nephew. Why?
Why did you get married?
Said Scrooge. Because I fell in love.
Because you fell in love,
growled Scrooge, as if that were the only thing in the world, only one thing in the world more ridiculous than Merry Christmas.
Good afternoon.
Nay, uncle, but you never came to see me before that happened. Why give it as a reason for not coming now?
Good afternoon,
said Scrooge. I want nothing of you. I ask nothing of you. Why cannot we be friends?
Good afternoon,
said Scrooge. I am sorry that, with all my heart, to find you so resolute. We have never had any quarrel to which I have been party, but I have made the trial in homage to Christmas, and I'll keep my Christmas humor to the last. So, a Merry Christmas, uncle.
Good afternoon,
said Scrooge.
and a Happy New Year. Good afternoon,
said Scrooge. His nephew left the room without an angry word, notwithstanding. He stopped at the outer door to bestow the greetings. Nope, it's not going. Of the season on the clerk, who, cold as he was warmer than Scrooge, for he returned them cordially.
There's another fellow,
muttered Scrooge, who overheard him.
My clerk with 15 shillings a week, a wife and a family, talking about Merry Christmas. I'll retire to Bedlam.
This lunatic, in letting Scrooge's nephew out, had let 2 other people in. They were portly gentlemen, pleasant to behold, and now stood with their hats off in Scrooge's office. They had books and papers in their hands, and bowed to him. Scrooge and Marley's, I believe, said one of the gentlemen, referring to his list. Have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley?
Mr. Marley has been dead these 7 years,
Scrooge replied.
He died 7 years ago this very night.
We have no doubt his liberality is well represented by his surviving partner, said the gentleman, presenting his credentials. It certainly was, for they had been 2 kindred spirits. At the ominous word liberality, Scrooge frowned and shook his head and handed the credentials back. At this festive season of the year, Mr. Scrooge, said the gentleman, taking up a pen, it is more than usually desirable that we should make some slight provision for the poor and the destitute, who suffer greatly at the present time. Many thousands are in want of common necessaries. Hundreds of thousands are in want of common comforts, sir.
Are there no prisons?
asked Scrooge. Plenty of prisons, said the gentleman, laying down the pen again.
And the union workhouses?
Demanded Scrooge.
Are they still in operation?
They are. Still, returned the gentleman. I wish I could say they were not.
The treadmill and the poor law are in full vigor, then?
Said Scrooge. Both very busy, sir.
Oh, I was afraid from what you said at first that something had occurred to stop them in their useful course, said Scrooge. I'm very glad to hear it.
Under the impression that they scarcely furnish Christian cheer of mind or body to the multitude, returned the gentleman, a few of us are endeavoring to raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink, and means of warmth. We choose this time because it is a time of all others where want is keenly felt and abundance rejoices. What shall I put you down for?
Nothing,
Scrooge replied. You wish to be anonymous?
I wish to be left alone,
said Scrooge.
Since you ask me what I wish, gentlemen, that is my answer. I don't make merry myself at Christmas, and I can't afford to make idle people merry. I help to support the establishments I had mentioned. They cost enough, and those who are badly off must go there.
Many can't go there, and many would rather die.
If they would rather die, said Scrooge, they had better do it, and decrease the surplus population. Besides, excuse me, I don't know that.
But you might know it, observed the gentleman.
It is not my business, Scrooge returned. It's enough for a man to understand his own business and not interfere with other people's. Mine occupies me constantly. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Seeing clearly that it would be useless to pursue their point, the gentleman withdrew. Scrooge resumed his labors with an improved opinion of himself, and in a more facetious temper than was usual with him. Meanwhile, the fog and darkness thickened so that people ran about with flaring links, proffering their services to go before horses and carriages and conduct them on their way. The ancient tower of a church, whose gruff old bell was always peeping slyly down at Scrooge out of a Gothic window in the wall, became invisible, and struck the hours and quarters in the clouds, with tremulous vibrations afterwards as if teeth were chattering in its frozen head up there. The cold became intense. In the main street, at the corner of the court, some laborers were repairing the gas pipes, and had lighted a great fire in a brazier, round which a party of ragged men and boys were gathered, warming their hands and winking their eyes before the blaze in rapture. The water plug, being left in solitude, its overflowings suddenly congealed and turned into misanthropic ice. Mark II, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It is great to have you here. I am Odyssey of Odyssey Eurobeat, and my work has been featured in Super Eurobeat, Initial D, DDR, and Matar Kanavi Shoujo. Great to have you. The brightness of the shops, where holly sprigs and berries crackled in the lamp heat of the windows, made pale faces ruddy as they passed. Poulterers' and grocers' trades became a splendid joke, a glorious pageant, with which it was next to impossible to believe that such dull principles as bargain and sale had anything to do. The Lord Mayor, in the stronghold of the mighty mansion house, gave orders to his 50 cooks and butlers to keep Christmas as the Lord Mayor's household should, and even the little tailor, whom he had fined 5 shillings on the previous Monday for being drunk and bloodthirsty in the streets, stirred up tomorrow's pudding in his garret, while his lean wife and the baby sallied out to buy the beef. I'm going to take a quick second for a sip of tea. Thank you. Foggier yet, and colder. Piercing, searching, biting cold. If good St. Dunstan had but nipped the evil spirit's nose at a touch of such weather as that, instead of using his familiar weapons, then indeed he would have roared to lusty purpose. The owner of one scant young nose, gnawed and mumbled by the hungry cold as bones are gnawed by dogs, stooped down at Scrooge's keyhole to regale him with a Christmas carol. But at the first sound of God bless you, merry gentlemen, may nothing you dismay, Scrooge seized the ruler with such energy of action that the singer fled in terror, leaving the keyhole to the fog and even more congenial frost. At length, the hour of shutting up the counting-house arrived. With an ill will, Scrooge dismounted from his stool and tacitly admitted the fact to the expectant clerk in the tank, who instantly snuffed his candle out and put on his hat.
You'll want all day tomorrow, I suppose,
said Scrooge. If quite convenient, sir.
It's not convenient,
said Scrooge.
And it's not fair. If I was to stop half a crown for it, you'd think yourself ill-used. I'll be bound.
Oh, thank you for the reminder. I'll take another sip. Thank you. The clerk smiled faintly. Oh, thank you for that, Bats.
And yet, said Scrooge, you don't think me ill-used when I pay a day's wages for no work.
The clerk observed that it was only once a year.
A poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December, said Scrooge, buttoning his greatcoat to the chin. But I suppose you must have the whole day. Be here all the earlier the next morning.
The clerk promised that he would, and Scrooge walked out with a growl. The office was closed in a twinkling, and the clerk, with the long ends of his white comforter dangling below his waist, for he boasted no greatcoat, went for a slide on Cornhill, at the end of a lane of boys, 20 times, in honor of its being Christmas Eve, and then came home to Camden Town, as hard as he could pelt, to play at Blind Man's Buff. Scrooge took his melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern, and having read all the newspapers and beguiled the rest of the evening with his banker's book, went home to bed. He lived in chambers which had once belonged to his deceased partner. They were a gloomy suite of rooms, in a lowering pile of building up a yard, where it had so little business to be that one could scarcely help fancying it must have run there when it was a young house, playing at hide-and-seek with other houses, and forgotten the way out again. It was old enough now, and dreary enough, for nobody lived in it but Scrooge. The other rooms all let out as offices. The yard was so dark that even Scrooge, who knew its every stone, was fain to grope with his hands. The fog and frost so hung about the black old gateway of the house that it seemed as if the genius of the weather sat in mournful meditation on the threshold. I'm going to have another sip. Okay. Now, it is a fact that there was nothing at all particular about the knocker on the door, except that it was very large. It is also a fact that Scrooge had seen it, night and morning, during his whole residence in that place. Also that Scrooge had as little of what is called fancy about him as any man in the city of London, even including, which is a bold word, the corporation, aldermen, and livery. Let it also be borne in mind that Scrooge had not bestowed one thought on Marley since his last mention of his 7 years dead partner that afternoon. And then let any man explain to me, if he can, how it happened that Scrooge, having his key in the lock of the door, saw it in the knocker, without it undergoing any intermediate process of change, not a knocker, but Marley's face. Marley's face. It was not an impenetrable shadow as the other objects in the yard were. It had a dismal light about it, like a bad lobster in a dark cellar. Lobster? Cellar? Huh. It was not angry or ferocious, but it looked at Scrooge as Marley used to look, with ghostly spectacles turned up on its ghostly forehead. The hair was curiously stirred, as if by breath or hot air, and though the eyes were wide open, they were perfectly motionless. That, and its livid color, made it horrible, but its horror seemed to be in spite of the face and beyond its control, rather than a part of its own expression. As Scrooge looked fixedly at this phenomenon, it was a knocker again. To say that he was not startled, or that his blood was not conscious of a terrible sensation to which it had been a stranger from infancy, would be untrue. But he put his hand upon the key he had relinquished, turned it sturdily, walked in, and lighted his candle. He did pause, with a moment's irresolution, before he shut the door, and he did look cautiously behind it first, as if he half expected to be terrified with the sight of Marley's pigtail sticking out into the hall. But there was nothing on the back of the door, except the screws and nuts that held the knocker on. So he said, "Pooh, pooh," and closed it with a bang. The sound resounded through the house like thunder. Every room above, and every cask in the wine merchant's cellars below, appeared to have a separate peal of the echoes of its own. Scrooge was not a man to be frightened by echoes. He fastened the door and walked across the hall. and up the stairs, slowly, too, trimming his candle as he went. Another quick sip. This is a longer story, I think. I'm going to refill my teacup real quick. How y'all doing, by the way? There we are. And let's take another sip. This is the coziest stream I've done in a long time. You may talk vaguely about driving a coach and six up a good old flight of stairs, or through a bad young Act of Parliament. But I mean to say you might have got a hearse up that staircase and taken it broadwise with the splinter bar towards the wall and the door towards the balustrades and done it easy. There was plenty of width for that and room to spare, which is perhaps the reason why Scrooge thought he saw a locomotive hearse going on before him in the gloom. Half a dozen gas lamps out of the street couldn't have lighted the entry too well, so you may suppose that it was pretty dark with Scrooge's dip. Up Scrooge went, not caring a button for that. Darkness is cheap, and Scrooge liked it. But before he shut his heavy door, he walked through his rooms to see that all was right. He had just enough recollection of the face to desire to do that. Sitting room, bedroom, lumber room, all as they should be. Nobody under the table, nobody under the sofa, a small fire in the grate, spoon and basin ready, and the little saucepan of gruel, Scrooge had a cold in his head, upon the hob. Nobody under the bed, nobody in the closet, nobody in his dressing gown, which was hanging up in a suspicious attitude against the wall. Lumber room as usual, old fire guard, old shoes, 2 fish baskets, walking stand on 3 legs, and a poker. Quite satisfied, he closed his door and locked himself in. Double-locked himself in, which was not his custom. Thus secured against surprise, he took off his cravat, put on his old dressing gown and slippers and his nightcap, and sat down before the fire to take his gruel. It was a very low fire indeed, nothing on such a bitter night. He was obliged to sit close to it and brood over it, before he could extract the least sensation of warmth from such a handful of fuel. The fireplace was an old one, built by some Dutch merchant long ago, and paved all around with quaint Dutch tiles, designed to illustrate the scriptures. There were Cains and Abels, Pharaoh's daughters, queens of Sheba, angelic messengers descending through the air on clouds like featherbeds, Abrahams, Belshazzars, apostles putting off to sea in butterboats, hundreds of figures to attract his thoughts. And yet that face of Marley, 7 years dead, came like the ancient prophet's rod, and swallowed up the whole. If each smooth tile had been blank at first, with power to shape some picture on its surface from the disjointed fragments of his thoughts, there would have been a copy of old Marley's head on every one.
Humbug,
said Scrooge, and walked across the room. After several turns, he sat down again. As he threw his head back in the chair, his glance happened to rest upon a bell, a disused bell that hung in the room, and communicated, for some purpose now forgotten, with a chamber in the highest story of the building. It was with great astonishment, and with a great, inexplicable dread, that as he looked, he saw this bell begin to swing. It swung so softly in the outset that it scarcely made a sound, but soon it rang out loudly, and so did every bell in the house. This might have lasted half a minute or a minute, but it seemed an hour. The bells ceased as they had begun, together. They were succeeded by a clanking noise deep down below, as if some person were dragging a heavy chain over the casks in the wine merchant's cellar. Scrooge then remembered to have heard that ghosts in haunted houses were described as dragging chains. The cellar door flew open with a booming sound, and then he heard the sound much louder on the floors below, then coming up the stairs, then coming straight towards his door.
"It's humbug still," said Scrooge. "I won't believe it."
His color changed, though, when, without a pause, it came through the heavy door, and passed into the room before his eyes. Upon its coming in, the dying flame leapt up as though it cried, "I know him, Marley's ghost!" and fell again. The same face, the very same. Marley in his pigtail, usual waistcoat, tights and boots, the tassels on the latter bristling, like his pigtail, and his coat skirts, and the hair upon his head. The chain he drew was clasped about his middle. It was long, and wound about him like a tail, and it made Scrooge, and it was made, for Scrooge observed it closely, of cash boxes, keys, padlocks, ledgers, deeds, and heavy purses wrought in steel. His body was transparent, so that Scrooge, observing him and looking through his waistcoat, could see the 2 buttons on his coat behind. And that is a picture of Marley's ghost visiting visiting Scrooge. I'll scoot out of the way real quick. Sorry, by the way, if when my voice gets louder that it clips or gets too loud. I am putting a certain amount of performance into this. Scrooge had often heard it said that Marley had no bowels, but he had never believed it until now. Nor did he believe it even now, though he looked the phantom through and through, and saw it standing before him, though he felt the chilling influence of its death-cold eyes, and marked the very texture of the folded kerchief bound about its head and chin, which wrapper he had not noticed before. He was still incredulous and fought against his senses. Quick sip.
"How now?" said Scrooge, caustic and cold as ever. "What do you want with me?"
Much. Marley's voice, no doubt about it.
"Who are you?"
Ask me who I was.
"Who were you, then?" said Scrooge, raising his voice. "You're particular for a shade."
He was going to say to a shade, but substituted this as more appropriate. In life I was your partner, Jacob Marley.
Can you sit down?"
Asked Scrooge, looking doubtfully at him. I can.
"Do it, then."
Scrooge asked the question, because he didn't know whether a ghost so transparent might find himself in a condition to take a chair, and felt that in the event of it being impossible, it might involve the necessity of an embarrassing explanation. But the ghost sat down on the opposite side of the fireplace, as if he were quite used to it. You don't believe in me, observed the ghost.
"I don't,"
said Scrooge. What evidence would you have of my reality beyond that of your senses?
"I don't know,"
said Scrooge. Why do you doubt your senses?
"Because," said Scrooge, "a little thing affects them. A slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheats. You may be an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato. There's more of gravy than of grave about you, whatever you are."
Scrooge was not in the habit of cracking jokes, nor did he feel in his heart like any means waggish then. The truth is that he tried to be smart, as a means of distracting his own attention and keeping down his terror, for the spectre's voice disturbed the very marrow in his bones. To sit, staring at those fixed, glazed eyes, in silence for a moment, would play, Scrooge felt, the very deuce in him. The Man 59, thank you so much for the follow in the stream. I am Odyssey of Odyssey Eurobeat, and my music has been featured in Super Eurobeat, Initial D, DDR, and Matara Kanavi Shoujo. Great to have you here. Today's stream is a little bit unusual, but I appreciate you being here. Let's see. The spectre's being provided with an infernal atmosphere of its own. Scrooge could not feel it himself, but this was very clearly the case. For though the ghost sat perfectly motionless, its hair and skirts and tassels were still agitated as by the hot vapor from an oven.
"You see this toothpick?"
said Scrooge, returning quickly to the charge, for the reason just assigned, and wishing, though it were only for a second, to divert the vision's stony gaze from himself. "I do," replied the ghost.
"You are not looking at it,"
said Scrooge.
But I see it,
Said the ghost.
notwithstanding.
Well, returned Scrooge, I have but to swallow this, and be for the rest of my days persecuted by a legion of goblins, all of my own creation. Humbug, I tell you, humbug! At this the spirit raised a frightful cry, and shook its chain with such a dismal and appalling noise, that Scrooge held on tight to his chair to save himself from falling in a swoon. But how much greater was his horror when the phantom, taking off the bandage round its head, as if it were too warm to wear indoors, its lower jaw dropped down upon its breast. Scrooge fell upon his knees and clasped his hands before his face. "Mercy!" he said. "Dreadful apparition, why do you trouble me?"
Man of the worldly mind,
replied the ghost.
do you believe in me or not?
"I do," said Scrooge. "I must. But why do spirits walk the earth? Why do they come to me?"
It is required of every man,
the ghost returned.
that the spirit within him should walk abroad his fellow men, and travel far and wide. And if that spirit goes not forth in life, it is condemned to do so after death.
It is doomed to wander through the world. Oh, woe is me! And witness what it cannot share, but might have shared on earth and turned to happiness. Again the spectre raised a cry, and shook its chain and wrung its shadowy hands. "You are fettered," said Scrooge, trembling. "Tell me why." "I wear the chain I forged in life," replied the ghost. "I made it link by link and yard by yard. I girded it on my own free will, and of my own free will I wore it. Is its pattern strange to you?" Scrooge trembled more and more. Quick sip for water, sorry.
Or would you know,
Pursued the ghost.
the weight and length of the coil you bear yourself? It was full and heavy as long as this, 7 Christmas Eves ago. You have labored on it since. It is a ponderous chain.
Scrooge glanced about him on the floor, in the expectations of finding himself surrounded by some 50 or 60 fathoms of iron cable, but he could see nothing. "Jacob," he said imploringly. Sorry. "Jacob," he said imploringly. "Old Jacob Marley, tell me more. Speak comfort to me, Jacob."
I have none to give.
The ghost replied.
It comes from other regions, Ebenezer Scrooge, and is conveyed by other ministers to other kinds of men. Nor can I tell you what I would. A very little more is all permitted to me. I cannot rest. I cannot stay. I cannot linger anywhere. My spirit never walked beyond our counting house.
Mark me.
In life, my spirit never roamed beyond the narrow limits of our money-changing hole.
And weary journeys lie before me. It was a habit with Scrooge, whenever he became thoughtful, to put his hands in his breeches pockets. Pondering on what the ghost had said, he did so now, but without lifting up his eyes or getting off his knees. "You must have been very slow about it," Scrooge observed, in a businesslike manner, though with humility and defense.
Slow?
The ghost repeated. 7 years dead, mused Scrooge, and traveling all the time.
The whole time, said the ghost. No rest, no peace, incessant torture of remorse.
"You travel fast," said Scrooge.
On the wings of the wind,
replied the ghost. "You might have got over a great quantity of ground in 7 years," said Scrooge. The ghost, on hearing this, set up another cry and clanked its chain so hideously in the dead silence of the night that the ward would have been justified in indicting it for a nuisance. "Oh, captive bound and double ironed!" cried the phantom. "Not to know that ages of incessant labor by immortal creatures for this earth must pass into eternity before the good of which it is susceptible is all developed. Not to know that any Christian spirit working kindly in this little sphere, whatever it may be, will find its mortal life too short for its vast means of usefulness. Not to know that no space of regret can make amends for one's life opportunity misused. Yet such was I. Such was I. But you were always a good man of business, Jacob, faltered Scrooge, who now began to apply this to himself. Business! Cried the ghost, wringing its hand again. Mankind was my business. The common welfare was my business. Charity, mercy, forbearance, and benevolence were all my business. The dealings of my trade were but a drop of water in the comprehensive ocean of my business. It held up its chains at arm's length, as if that were the cause of all its unavailing grief, and flung it heavily on the ground again. At this time of the rolling year, the spectre said, I suffer most. Why did I walk through crowds of fellow beings with my eyes turned down, and never raise them to that blessed star which led the wise men to a poor abode? Were there no homes to which its light could have conducted me? Scrooge was very much dismayed to hear the spectre going on at this rate, and began to quake exceedingly. Hear me, cried the ghost. Hear me. My time is nearly gone. I will, said Scrooge. But don't be hard upon me. Don't be flowery, Jacob. Pray. How is it that I appear before you in a shape that you can see? I may not tell. I have sat invisible beside you many and many a day. It was not an agreeable idea. Scrooge shivered and wiped the perspiration from his brow. That is no light part of my penance, pursued the ghost. I am here tonight to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate. A chance of my procuring Ebenezer. You were always such a good friend to me, said Scrooge. Thank ye. You will be haunted, resumed the ghost, by 3 spirits. Scrooge's countenance fell almost as low as the ghost had done. Is that the chance and hope you'd mentioned, Jacob? He demanded, in a faltering choice. It is. I think I'd rather not, said Scrooge. Without their visits, said the ghost, you cannot hope to shun the path I tread. Expect the first ghost tomorrow, when the bell tolls 1. Couldn't I take 'em all at once and have it over, Jacob? Hinted Scrooge. Expect the second on this next night at the same hour. The third upon the next night when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate. Look to see me no more, and look that, for your own sake, you remember what has passed between us. When it had said these words, the spectre took its wrapper from the table and bound it round its head, as before. Scrooge knew this by the smart sound its teeth made when the jaws were brought together by the bandage. He ventured to raise his eyes again, and found his supernatural visitor confronting him in an erect attitude, with its chain wound over and about its arm. The apparition walked backwards from him, and at every step it took, the window raised itself a little, so that when the spectre reached it, it was wide open. It beckoned Scrooge to approach, which he did. When they were within 2 paces of each other, Marley's ghost held up its hand, warning him to come no nearer. Scrooge stopped. Not so much in obedience as in surprise and fear, for on the raising of the hand he became sensible of confused noises in the air, incoherent sounds of lamentation and regret, wailings inexpressibly sorrowful and self-accusatory. The spectre, after listening for a moment, joined in the mournful dirge, and floated out upon the bleak, dark night. Scrooge followed to the window, desperate in his curiosity. He looked out. Okay, Pixie, do what you gotta do. The air was filled with phantoms, wandering hither and thither in restless haste, and moaning as they went. Each one of them wore chains like Marley's ghost. Some few, they might be guilty governments, were linked together. None were free. Many had been personally known to Scrooge in their lives. He had been quite familiar with one old ghost, in a white waistcoat, with a monstrous iron safe attached to its ankle, who cried piteously at being unable to assist a wretched woman with an infant, whom it saw below upon a doorstep. The misery with them all was, clearly, that they sought to interfere, for good, in human matters, and had lost the power forever. Whether these creatures faded into mist or mist enshrouded them, he could not tell. But they and their spirit voices faded together, and the night became as it had been when he walked home. Scrooge closed the window and examined the door by which the ghost had entered. It was double-locked, as he had locked it with his own hands, and the bolts were undisturbed. He tried to say, "Humbug," but stopped at the first syllable. And being, from the emotion he had undergone, or the fatigues of the day, or his glimpse of the invisible world, or the dull conversation of the ghost, or the lateness of the hour, much in need of repose, went straight to bed without undressing, and fell asleep upon the instant. That's chapter 1. I'd like to take a second for a break, actually. We're making pretty good time, though, I will say. Quick refill of the teacup. How you all doing, by the way? I hope this is still going well. That was chapter 1. Are we supposed to be not chatting during the readings? You can if you'd like. Chat as you will. Chat as you need to. You are more than welcome to do so. I'm going to take a couple of quick bites of food, because I am very hungry. Sorry for the noise there. Sorry for the mouth noises there. This must be one of my favorite streams. Really? Thank you, Vermouth. I'm glad you like it. Oh, thank you, Mike. And thank you for the headbats. Wait, did they come through? I might go a little longer, but we can finish the story. I would usually end at 5, but I think I should do it now. Okay, one more bite. I think the next chapter is going to be a little long. Okay. I might scooch a little bit closer. There we go. That way it's visible. I'm glad, Mike. I produce music, I play games, and lately I've been doing a lot more just hanging out, to surprising success. For the 16-odd years I've been making Eurobeat music, I never thought that people would want to stick around just for me, but I'm very glad people have. With that in mind, I probably shouldn't rush right into more, but I don't know. I'm excited. Maybe one more bite of food. I should really eat. Sorry again for the mouth noises. I should have chosen a different food, I think. All right. Thank you for the 100 bits. Always tip the bards and storytellers. Thank you. And Jesse, I'm so glad. It's okay. It's okay, Maury. It's okay. Let's get back to it, eh? Stave 2. The first of the 3 spirits. When Scrooge awoke, it was so dark that looking out of the bed, he could scarcely distinguish the transparent window from the opaque walls of his chamber. I was introduced to you by one of your songs. Oh, I'm glad. And hello, Barbara. Great to see you. I hope you're doing well today. Welcome into a bit of an unusual stream for me, a story time. We're reading A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. All right. He was endeavoring to pierce the darkness with his ferret eyes when the chimes of a neighboring church struck the 4 quarters. So he listened for the hour. I'm well, Barbara. I've had a really good week today, and week this week, and today I had a good meeting with my manager. It went very well. So he listened for the hour. To his great astonishment, the heavy bell went on from 6 to 7, and from 7 to 8, and regularly up to 12. Then stopped. 12. It was past 2 when he went to bed. The clock was wrong. An icicle must have gotten into the works. 12! He touched the spring of his repeater to correct this most preposterous clock. Its rapid little pulse beat 12, and stopped.
Why, it isn't possible, said Scrooge, that I can have slept through a whole day and far into another night.
Actually, I don't know what kind of voice to do for Scrooge, I'm sorry.
It isn't possible that anything has happened to the sun, and this is 12 at noon.
This idea being an alarming one, he scrambled out of bed and groped his way to the window. Actually, I might use a softer voice for Scrooge, just to keep it easy on my voice. He was obliged to rub the frost off with the sleeve of his dressing gown before he could see anything, and could see very little then. All he could make out was that it was still very foggy and extremely cold, and that there was no noise of people running to and fro and making a great stir, as there unquestionably would have been if night had beaten off bright day, and taken possession of the world. This was a great relief because 3 days after sight of this first of exchange, pay to Mr. Ebenezer Scrooge or his order, and so forth, would have become a mere United States security if there were no days to count by. Is that a political zing? Is that a zing? Charlie, what is up with you? Sorry. Scrooge went to bed again, and thought it over and over and over, and could make nothing of it. It's definitely political, Maury. The more he thought, the more perplexed he was, and the more he endeavored not to think, the more he thought. Marley's ghost bothered him exceedingly. Every time he resolved within himself, after mature inquiry, it was all a dream. His mind flew back again, like a strong spring released, to its first position, and presented the same problem to be worked all through. Was it a dream or not? Scrooge lay in this state until the chime had gone 3/4 more, when he remembered, on a sudden, that the ghost had warned him of a visitation when the bell tolled 1. Let's see, where is it? He resolved to lie awake until the hour had passed, and considering that he could no more go to his sleep than go to heaven, this was perhaps the wisest resolution in his power. The quarter was so long that he was more than once convinced that he must have sunk into a doze unconsciously, and missed the clock. At length, it broke upon his listening ear. Ding-dong! 1/4 past, said Scrooge, counting. Ding-dong! 1/2 past, said Scrooge. Ding-dong! 1/4 to it, said Scrooge. Ding-dong! The hour itself, said Scrooge, triumphantly, and nothing else. He spoke before the hour bell sounded, which it now did with a deep, dull, hollow, melancholy 1. Light flashed in the room upon the instant, and the curtains of his bed were drawn. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, I tell you, by a hand, not the curtains at his feet, nor the curtains at his back, but those to which his face was addressed. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, and Scrooge, staring up with a half-recumbent attitude, found himself face to face with the unearthly visitor who drew them. As close to it as I am now to you, and I am standing in the spirit at your elbow. Quick sip. It was a strange figure, like a child, yet not so like a child as like an old man, viewed through some supernatural medium, which gave him the appearance of having receded from view and being diminished to a child's proportions. Its hair, which hung about its neck and down its back, was white as if with age, and yet the face had not a wrinkle on it, and the tenderest bloom was on the skin. The arms were very long and muscular, the hands the same, as if its hold were of uncommon strength. Its legs and feet, most delicately formed, were, like those upper members, bare. It wore a tunic of the purest white. and round its waist was bound a lustrous belt, the sheen of which was beautiful. It held a branch of fresh green holly in its hand, and, in a singular contradiction of that wintry emblem, had its dress trimmed with summer flowers. But the strangest thing about it was that from the crown of its head there sprung a bright, clear jet of light, by which all of this was visible, and which was doubtless the occasion of its using, in its duller moments, a great extinguisher for a cap, which it now held under its arm. Even this, though, when Scrooge looked at it with increasing steadiness, was not its strangest quality. For as its belt sparkled and glittered now in one part and now in another, and what was light one instant, at another time dark, so the figure itself fluctuated in its distinctness, being now a thing with one arm, now with one leg, now with 20 legs. Jesse, thank you so much for hopping in. Have a great rest of your evening. Now a pair of legs without a head, now a head without a body, of which dissolving parts no outline could be visible in the dense gloom wherein they melted away. And in the very wonder of this, it would be itself again, distinct and clear as ever. Are you the spirit, sir, whose coming was foretold to me? I am. The voice was soft. Oh, I am. The voice was soft and gentle, singularly low, as if, instead of being so close to him, it were at a distance. Who and what are you? I am the ghost of Christmas past. Long past? Inquired Scrooge, observant of its dwarfish nature. I think I might have to go with a comfortable voice for Scrooge. No, your past. Perhaps Scrooge could not have told anybody why, if anybody could have asked him, but he had a special desire to see the spirit in his cap, and begged him to be cover. The Black Pup, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It is great to have you here. I am Odyssey of Odyssey Eurobeat, and my work has been featured in Super Eurobeat, Initial D, DDR, and Matarkan of Shoujo. Great to have you. What? Exclaimed the ghost. Would you so soon put out with worldly hands this light I give? Is it not enough that you are one of those whose passions made this cap, and forced me through whole trains of years to wear it low upon my brow? Scrooge reverently disclaimed all intention to offend or any knowledge of having wilfully bonneted the spirit at any period of his life. He then made bold to inquire what business brought him there. Your welfare, said the ghost. Scrooge expressed himself much obliged, but could not help thinking that a night of unbroken rest would have been more conducive to that end. The spirit must have heard him thinking, for it said immediately, Your salvation, then. Take heed. It put out its strong hand as it spoke, and clasped him gently by the arm. Rise, and walk with me. It would have been in vain for Scrooge to plead that the weather and the hour were not adapted to pedestrian purposes, that bed was warm and the thermometer a long way below freezing. Rhyme 1236657. Thank you so much for the follow on the stream. It is great to have you here. Let's see. That he was clad but lightly in his slippers, dressing gown, and nightcap, and that he had a cold upon him at the time. The grasp, though gentle as a woman's hand, was not to be resisted. He rose, but finding that the spirit made towards the window, clasped his robe in supplication. I am mortal, Scrooge remonstrated, and liable to fall. Bear but a touch of my hand, there, said the spirit, laying it upon his heart, and you will be upheld in more than this. As the words were spoken, they passed through the wall, and stood upon an open country road, fields on either hand. The city had entirely vanished. Not a vestige of it was to be seen. The darkness and the mist had vanished with it. It was a clear, cold, wintry day, with snow upon the ground. Good heaven, said Scrooge, clasping his hands together as he looked about him. I was bred in this place. I was a boy here. The spirit gazed upon him mildly. Its gentle touch, though it had been light and instantaneous, appeared still present to the old man's sense of feeling. He was conscious of 1,000 odors floating in the air, each one connected with 1,000 thoughts and hopes and joys and cares, long, long forgotten. Your lip is trembling, said the ghost, and what is that upon your cheek? Scrooge muttered, with an unusual catching in his voice that it was a pimple, and begged the ghost to lead him where he would. "You recollect the way?" "Remember it!" cried Scrooge with fervor. "I could walk it blindfolded." "Strange to have forgotten it for so many years," observed the ghost. "Let us go on." They walked along the road, Scrooge recognizing every gate and post and tree, until a little market town appeared in the distance, with its bridge, its church, and winding river. Some shaggy ponies now were seen trotting towards them with boys upon their backs, who called to boys in country gigs and carts, driven by farmers. All these boys were in great spirits and shouted to each other, until the broad fields were so full of merry music that the crisp air laughed to hear it. "These are but shadows of the things that have been," said the ghost. "They have no consciousness of us." The jocund travelers carried on. Jocund? I don't think I've read that word out loud. And as they came, Scrooge knew and named them every one. Why was he rejoiced beyond all bounds to see them? Why did his cold eye glisten, and his heart leap up as they went past? No worries, Boundless. On some level, I'm actually kind of glad that you could fall asleep. Thank you so much for coming, and see you next week, okay? Why was he filled with gladness when he heard them give each other Merry Christmas as they parted at crossroads and byways? For their several homes, what was Merry Christmas to Scrooge? Out upon Merry Christmas! What good had it ever done him? "The school is not quite deserted," said the ghost. "A solitary child, neglected by his friends, is left there still." Scrooge said he knew it, and he sobbed. Quick sip. All right. They left the high road by a well-remembered lane, and soon approached a mansion of dull red brick, with a little weathercock-surmounted cupola on the roof, and a bell hanging in it. It was a large house, but one of broken fortunes, for the spacious offices were little used, their walls were damp and mossy, their windows broken, and their gates decayed. Fowls clucked and strutted in the stables, and the coach-houses and sheds were overrun with grass. Nor was it more retentive of its ancient state. Within, for entering the dreary hall and glancing through the open doors of many rooms, they found themselves poorly furnished, cold and vast. There was an earthy savor in the air, a chilly bareness in the place, which associated itself somehow with too much getting up by the candlelight, and not too much to eat. They went, the ghost and Scrooge, across the hall, to a door at the back of the house. It opened before them, and disclosed a long, bare, melancholy room, made barer still by lines of plain deal forms and desks. At one of these, a lonely boy was reading near a feeble fire, and Scrooge sat down upon a form, and wept to see his poor, forgotten self as he used to be. Not a latent echo in the house, not a squeak and scuffle from the mouse behind the paneling, not a drip from the half-thawed waterspout in the dull yard behind, not a sigh among the leafless boughs of one despondent poplar, not the idle swinging of an empty storehouse door, no, not a clicking in the fire, but fell upon the heart of Scrooge within a softening influence, and gave a freer passage to tears. The spirit touched him on the arm, and pointed to his younger self, intent upon his reading. Suddenly, a man, in foreign garments, wonderfully real and distinct to look at. Thank you, Lara. Thank you for saying so. I'm glad that you could be here, too. Suddenly a man, in foreign garments, wonderfully real and distinct to look at, stood outside the window, with an axe stuck in his belt, and leading by the bridle an ass laden with wood. "Why, it's Ali Baba!" Scrooge exclaimed in ecstasy. "It's dear old honest Ali Baba! Yes, I know! One Christmas time, when yonder solitary child was left here all alone, he did come, for the first time, just like that. Poor boy! And Valentine! said Scrooge. "And his wild brother Orson, there they go! And what's his name, who was put down in his drawers asleep at the gate of Damascus? Don't you see him? And the Sultan's groom turned upside down by the genii. There he is upon his head. Serves him right, I'm glad of it. What business had he to be married to the princess?" Hear Scrooge expanding all the earnestness of his nature on such subjects, in a most extraordinary voice between laughing and crying, and to see his heightened and excited face would have been a surprise to his business friends in the city indeed. "There's the parrot!" cried Scrooge. "Green body and yellow tail, with a thing like a lettuce growing out of the top of his head. There he is! Poor Robinson Crusoe! He called him when he came home after sailing round the world. Poor Robinson Crusoe! Where have you been, Robinson Crusoe? The man thought he was dreaming, but he wasn't. It was the parrot, you know. There goes Friday, running around his life to the little creek. Halloa! Hoop halloo!" Then, with a rapidity of transition very foreign to his usual character, he said, in pity of himself, of his former self, "Poor boy," and cried again. "I wish," Scrooge cried, and Scrooge muttered, putting his hands in his pockets and looking about him after drying his eyes with his cuff. "But it's too late now." "What is the matter?" asked the spirit. "Nothing," said Scrooge. "Nothing. There was a boy singing a Christmas carol at my door last night. I should like to have given him something, that is all." The ghost smiled thoughtfully and waved its hand, saying as it did so, "Let us see another Christmas." Scrooge's former self grew larger at the words, and the room became a little darker and more dirty. The panels shrunk, the windows cracked, fragments of plaster fell out of the ceiling, and the naked laths were shown instead. But how all this was brought about, Scrooge knew no more than you do. He only knew that it was quite correct, that everything had happened so, that there he was, alone again, when all the other boys had gone home for the jolly holidays. He was not reading now, but walking up and down despairingly. Scrooge looked at the ghost, and with a mournful shaking of his head, glanced anxiously towards the door. Quick sip. It opened, and a little girl, much younger than the boy, came darting in. "Aw, thank you, maybe." It opened, and a little girl, much younger than the boy, came darting in, and put her arms around his neck, and often kissing him, addressed him as her dear brother. "I have come to bring you home, dear brother," said the child, clapping her tiny hands and bending down to laugh. "To bring you home! Home, little Fan," returned the boy. "Yes," said the child, brimful of glee. "Home for good and all. Home forever and ever. Father is so much kinder than he used to be, but home is like heaven. He spoke so gently to me one dear night when I was going to bed that I was not afraid to ask him once more if you might come home. And he said, yes, you should, and sent me in a coach to bring you, and you're to be a man," said the child, opening her eyes, "and are never to come back here. But first, we're to be together all the Christmas long, and have the merriest time in all the world." "You are quite a woman, little Fan," exclaimed the boy. She clapped her hands and laughed, and tried to touch his head, but being too little, laughed again, and stood on tiptoe to embrace him. Then she began to drag him, in her childish eagerness, towards the door, and he, nothing loth to do, accompanied her. A terrible voice in the hall cried, "Bring down Master Scrooge's box here!" And in the hall appeared the schoolmaster himself, who glared on Master Scrooge with a ferocious condescension, and threw into him a dreadful state of mind by shaking hands with him. He then conveyed him and his sister into the veriest old well of a shivering best parlour that was ever seen, where the maps upon the wall, and the celestial and terrestrial globes in the windows, were waxy with cold. Here he produced a decanter of curiously light wine, and a block of curiously heavy cake, and administered installments of those dainties to the young people, at the same time sending out a meagre servant to offer a glass of something to the postboy, who answered that he thanked the gentleman, but if it was the same tap as he had tasted before, he had rather not. Master Scrooge's trunk being by this time tied on to the roof of the chaise, the children bade the schoolmaster good-bye right willingly, and getting into it, drove gaily down the garden sweep, the quick wheels dashing the hoarfrost and snow from the dark leaves of the evergreens like spray. Another quick sip. You know what? I think I'm going to change the title of the stream. Let's see. There we go. All right, where were we? Yeah. Welcome back, Pixie. Good to have you back. Always a delicate creature, whom a breath might have withered, said the ghost. But she had a large heart. So she had, cried Scrooge. You're right. I will not gainsay it, spirit. God forbid. She died. Oh, Leighton, thank you so much for 25 months of subscribing. Please enjoy your emotes, your sub badge, being part of the Oddities community for 25 months. Longer than that, I would dare to say, but thank you so much. She died a woman, said the ghost, and had, as I think, children. One child. Scrooge returned. True, said the ghost. Your nephew. Scrooge, thank you for the head pats. Did the head pats actually come through? Let me check something real quick. Okay. Just making sure they're all connecting. Vega, Kira, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It is great to have you here. I am Odyssey of Odyssey Eurobeat, and my work has been featured in Super Eurobeat, Initial D, DDR, and Matara Khan of Shoujo. It's great to have you. Let's see. Although they had but that moment left the school behind them, they were now on the busy thoroughfares of a city, where shadowy passengers passed and repassed, where shadowy carts and coaches. Yes, Vega. Songs When the Sun Goes Down, The Top, Turn It Around, and Midnight Tournament are by yours truly. I also wrote the lyrics for the song Beat Down, which is in the arcade game. This is a definitely very different kind of content for me to be doing, to be sure, but I'm having fun. Where shadowy carts and coaches battled for the way, and all the strife and tumult of a real city were. It was made plain enough by the dressing of the shops that here too it was Christmas time again. But it was evening, and the streets were lighted up. The ghost stopped at a certain warehouse door and asked Scrooge if he knew it. Know it, said Scrooge. Was I apprenticed here? They went in. At sight of an old gentleman in a Welsh wig, sitting behind such a high desk that if he had been 2 inches taller he must have knocked his head against the ceiling, Scrooge cried in great excitement, Why, it's old Fezziwig! Bless its heart! It's Fezziwig alive again! Nerd Detective, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's great to have you here. Let's see. Old Fezziwig laid down his pen and looked up at the clock, which pointed to the hour of 7. He rubbed his hands, adjusted his capacious waistcoat, laughed all over himself from his shoes to his organ of benevolence. What is the organ of benevolence? Hello, Nerd Detective. And called out in a comfortable, oily, rich, fat, jovial voice, Yo there, Ebenezer, Dick! Scrooge's former self, now grown a young man, came briskly in, accompanied by his fellow apprentice.
Dick Wilkins, to be sure.
Oh, sorry. Dick Wilkins, to be sure, said Scrooge to the ghost. Bless me, yes, there he is. He was very much attached to me, was Dick. Poor Dick, dear, dear.
Yo-ho, my boys, said Fezziwig. No more work tonight. Christmas Eve, Dick, Christmas Ebenezer. Let's have the shutters up,
cried old Fezziwig with a sharp clap of his hands,
before a man can say, Jack Robinson.
You wouldn't believe how those two fellows went at it. They charged into the street with the shutters. 1, 2, 3, had them up in their places. 4, 5, 6, barred 'em and pinned 'em. 7, 8, 9, and came back before you had got to 12, panting like racehorses.
Hilly-ho!
cried old Fezziwig, skipping down from the high desk with wonderful agility.
Clear away, my lads, and let's have lots of room here. Hilly-ho, Dick, cheer up, Ebenezer.
Clear away. There was nothing they wouldn't have cleared away or couldn't have cleared away, with old Fezziwig looking on. It was done in a minute. Every movable was packed off, as if it were dismissed from public life for evermore. The floor was swept and watered, the lamps were trimmed, fuel was heaped upon the fire, and the warehouse was as snug and warm and dry and bright a ballroom as you could desire to see upon a winter's night. In came a fiddler with a music book, and went up to the lofty desk and made an orchestra of it, and tuned like 50 stomach aches. What a description. Sorry. In came Mrs. Fezziwig, one vast, substantial smile. In came the 3 Miss Fezziwigs, beaming and lovable. In came the 6 young followers whose hearts they broke. In all came the young men and women employed in the business. In came the housemaid with her cousin, the baker. In came the cook with her brother's particular friend, the milkman. In came the boy from over the way who was suspected of not having board enough from his master, trying to hide himself behind the girl from next door, but one who was proved to have had her ears pulled by her mistress. In they all came, one after another, some shyly, some boldly, some gracefully, some awkwardly, some pushing, some pulling. In they all came, anyhow and everyhow. Away they all went, 20 couple at once, hands half round and back again the other way, down the middle and up again, round and round, in various stages of affectionate grouping. Old top couple always turning up in the wrong place, new top couple starting off again as soon as they got there. All top couples at last, and not a bottom one to help them. When this result was brought about, old Fezziwig, clapping his hands to stop the dance, cried out, "Well done!" And the fiddler plunged his hot face into a pot of porter, especially provided for that purpose. But scorning rest upon his reappearance, he instantly began again, though there were no dancers yet, as if the other fiddler had been carried home, exhausted, on a shutter, and he were a brand new man resolved to beat him out of sight or perish. Another quick sip. All right. There were... Hey! What's that for? There were more dances, and there were more forfeits, and more dances, and there was cake, and there was... najus, I think? And there was a great piece of cold roast, and there was a great piece of cold boiled, and there were minced pies and plenty of beer. But the great effect of the evening came after the roast and boiled, when the fiddler, an artful dog, mind, the sort of man who knew his business better than you or I could have told it to him, struck up Sir Roger de Coverley. Then old Fezziwig stood out to dance with Mrs. Fezziwig. Top couple, too, with a good stiff piece of work cut out for them. 3 or 4 and 20 pair of partners, people who were not to be trifled with, people who would dance and have no notion of walking. But if they had been twice as many, 4 times, old Fezziwig would have been a match for them, and so would Mrs. Fezziwig. As to her, she was worthy to be his partner in every sense of the term. If that's not high praise, tell me higher and I'll use it. A positive light appeared to issue from Fezziwig's calves. Vinyltastic, thank you so much for 5 months of subscribing, darling. Please continue to enjoy your emotes, your sub as being part of the Oddities community. It is lovely to have you here. I am currently reading through A Christmas Carol and having quite a fun time. A positive light appeared to issue from Fezziwig's calves. They shone in every part of the dance like moons. You couldn't have predicted at any given time what would have become of them next. And when old Fezziwig and Mrs. Fezziwig had gone all through the dance, advance and retire, both hands to your partner, bow and curtsy, corkscrew, thread the needle, and back again to your place, Fezziwig cut so deftly that he appeared to wink with his legs, and came upon his feet again without a stagger. And that, I believe, is Mr. and Mrs. Fezziwig. I'm going to take a second to have a quick bite of food, because this really takes it out of you. I could use a quick bite, sorry. Right, sorry for the wait. When the clock struck 11, this domestic ball broke up. Mr. and Mrs. Fezziwig took their stations, one on either side of the door, and shaking hands with every person individually as he or she went out, wished him or her a Merry Christmas. When everybody had retired but the 2 prentices, they did the same to them. And thus the cheerful voices died away, and the lads were left to their beds, which were under a counter in the back shop. During the whole of this time, Scrooge had acted like a man out of his wits. Hello, Vinyltastic. How you doing, baby? His heart and soul were in the scene with his former self. He corroborated everything, remembered everything, enjoyed everything, and underwent the strangest agitation. It was not until now, when the bright faces of his former self and Dick were turned from them, that he remembered the ghost. and became conscious that it was looking full upon him, while the light upon its head burned very clear. "A small matter," said the ghost, "to make these silly folks so full of gratitude." "Small," echoed Scrooge. The spirit signed to him to listen to the two apprentices, who were pouring out their hearts in praise of Fezziwig, and when he had done so, said, "Ah, thank you, Nerd Detective. Why, is it not? He has spent but a few pounds of your mortal money, 3 or 4 perhaps. Is it so much that he deserves this raise?" "It isn't that," said Scrooge, heated by the remark, and speaking unconsciously like his former, not his latter self. "It isn't that, spirit. He has the power to render us happy or unhappy, to make our service light or burdensome, a pleasure or a toil. Say that his power lies in words and looks, in things so slight and insignificant that it is impossible to add and count them up." Hello, DJ, is it Kachuk? I feel as if I've pronounced your name correctly before and forgotten how. I'm very sorry. Kachuk? DJ Kachuk? I hope I've got that right. Impossible to add and count them up. What then? The happiness he gives is quite as great as if it cost a fortune. He felt the spirit's glance and stopped. "What is the matter?" asked the ghost. "Nothing particular," said Scrooge. "Something, I think," the ghost insisted. "Oh, yeah, I'm glad I got it right." "No," said Scrooge. "No, I should like to be able to say a word or two to my clerk just now. That is all." I'm going to pour a little bit more tea. There we are. His former self turned down the lamps as he gave utterance to the wish, and Scrooge and the ghost again stood side by side in the open air. "My time grows short," observed the spirit. "Quick!" This was not addressed to Scrooge or to anyone whom he could see, but it produced an immediate effect. For again Scrooge saw himself. He was older now, a man in the prime of his life. His face had not the harsh and rigid lines of later years, but had begun to wear the signs of care and avarice. There was an eager, greedy, restless motion in the eye, which showed the passion that had taken root, and where the shadow of the growing tree would fall. He was not alone, but sat by the side of a fair young girl in a mourning dress, in whose eyes there were tears, which sparkled in the light that shone out of the ghost of Christmas past. "It matters little," she said softly. "To you, very little. Another idol has displaced me. And if it can cheer you and comfort you in time to come, as I would have tried to do, I have no just cause to grieve." "What idol has displaced you?" he rejoined. "A golden one." "This is the even-handed dealing of the world," he said. "There is nothing on which it is so hard as poverty, and there is nothing it professes to condemn with such severity as a pursuit of wealth." "You fear the world too much," she answered gently. "All your other hopes have merged into the hope of being beyond the chance of its sordid reproach. I have seen your nobler aspirations fall off one by one, until the master passion, gain, engrosses you. Have I not?" "What then?" he retorted. "Even if I have grown so much wiser, what then? I am not changed towards you." She shook her head. "Am I?" "Our contract is an old one. It was made when we were both poor and content to be so, until in good season we could improve our worldly fortune by our patient industry. You are changed. When it was made, you were another man." "I was a boy," he said impatiently. "Your own feeling tells you that you are not what you are," she returned. "I am. That which promised happiness when we were one in heart is fraught with misery now that we are two. How often and how keenly I have thought of this, I will not say. It is enough that I have thought of it, and can release you." "Have I ever sought release?" "In words, no. Never." "In what, then?" "In a changed nature, in an altered spirit, in another atmosphere of life, another hope as its great end, in everything that made my love of any worth or value in your sight. If this had never been between us," said the girl, looking mildly, but with steadiness, upon him, "tell me, would you seek me out and try to win me now? Ah, no." He seemed to yield to the justice of this supposition in spite of himself. But he said with a struggle, "You think not?" "I would gladly think otherwise if I could," she answered. "Heaven knows. When I have learned a truth like this, I know how strong and irresistible it must be. But if you were free today, tomorrow, yesterday, can even I believe that you would choose a dowerless girl? You who, in your every confidence with her, weigh everything by gain. Or choosing her, if for a moment you were false enough to your one guiding principle to do so, do I not know that your repentance and regret would surely follow? I do. And I release you, with a full heart, for the love of him you once were.
He was about to speak, but with her head turned from him, she resumed.
You may. The memory of what is past half makes me hope you will have pain of this a very, very brief time, and you will dismiss the recollection of it gladly as an unprofitable dream from which it happened well that you awoke. May you be happy in the life that you have chosen.
She left him, and they parted.
Spirit, said Scrooge, show me no more. Conduct me home. Why do you delight to torture me?
One shadow more, exclaimed the ghost.
No more! Cried Scrooge. No more! I don't wish to see it. Show me no more!
But the relentless ghost pinioned him in both his arms, and forced him to observe what happened next. A quick sip of water. They were in another scene and place. A room, not very large or handsome, but full of comfort. Near to the winter fire sat a beautiful young girl, so like the last that Scrooge believed it was the same, until he saw her. Now a comely matron sitting opposite her daughter. The noise in this room was perfectly tumultuous, for there was more children there than Scrooge in his agitated state of mind could count. And unlike the celebrated herd in the poem, there were not 40 children conducting themselves like one, but every child was conducting itself like 40. The consequences were uproarious beyond belief, but no one seemed to care. On the contrary, the mother and daughter laughed heartily and enjoyed it very much. And the latter, soon beginning to mingle in the sports, got pillaged by the young brigands so ruthlessly. What would I not have given to be one of them? No, I never could have been so rude. No, I wouldn't for the wealth of all the world have crushed that braided hair and torn it down, and for the precious little shoe, I wouldn't have plucked it off. God bless my soul to save my life. As to measuring her waist in sport, as they did, bold young brood, I couldn't have done it. I should have expected my arm to have grown round for a punishment, and never come straight again, and yet I should have dearly liked, I own, to have touched her lips, to have questioned her, that she might have opened them, to have looked upon the lashes of her downcast eyes, and never raised a blush, to have let loose waves of hair an inch of which would be a keepsake beyond price. In short, I would have liked, I do confess, to have had the lightest license of a child, and yet to have been man enough to know its value. Hello, Anu, good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. But now a knocking at the door was heard, and such a rush immediately ensued that she, with laughing face and plundered dress, was borne towards the center of a flushed and boisterous group, just in time to greet the father, who came home attended by a man laden with Christmas toys and presents. Then the shouting and the struggling and the onslaught was made on the defenseless porter. The scaling him with chairs for ladders to dive into his pockets, despoil him of brown paper parcels, hold on tight by his cravat, hugging him around his neck, pommel his back, and kick his legs in irrepressible affection. The shouts of wonder and delight with which the development of every package was received. This terrible announcement that the baby had been taking in the act of putting a doll's frying pan into his mouth, and was more than suspected of having swallowed a fictitious turkey, glued on a wooden platter. The immense relief of finding this a false alarm. Hello, Sweeple. The joy, the gratitude, and ecstasy, they were all indescribable alike. It is enough by degrees that the children and their emotions got out of the parlor, and by one stair at a time up to the top of the house where they went to bed, and so subsided. And now Scrooge looked on more attentively than ever, when the master of the house, having his daughter leaning fondly on him, sat down with her and her mother,
at his own fireside, and when he thought that such another creature, quite as graceful and as full of promise, might have called him father, and been a springtime in the haggard winter of his life, his sight grew very dim indeed. "Belle," said the husband, turning to his wife with a smile, "I saw an old friend of yours this afternoon."
Who was it?
"Guess." "How can I? Don't I know?" she added in the same breath, laughing as he laughed. "Mr. Scrooge!" "Mr. Scrooge it was. I passed his office window, and it was not shut up, and he had a candle inside. I could scarcely help seeing him. His partner lies upon the point of death, I hear, and there he sat alone. Quite alone to the world, I believe." "Spirit!" said Scrooge in a broken voice, "remove me from this place!" "I told you these were shadows of the things that have been," said the ghost. "That they are what they are. Do not blame me." "Remove me!" Scrooge exclaimed. "I cannot bear it!" "I am still streaming, yeah." He turned upon the ghost, and seeing that it looked upon him with a face, in which in some strange way there were fragments of all the faces it had shown him, wrestled with it. "Leave me! Take me back! Haunt me no longer!" In the struggle, if that can be called a struggle, in which the ghost, with no visible resistance on its own part, was undisturbed by any effort of its adversary, Scrooge observed that its light was burning high and bright, and dimly connecting that with its influence over him, he seized the extinguisher cap, and by a sudden action pressed it down upon his head. The spirit dropped beneath it, so that the extinguisher covered its whole form. But when Scrooge pressed it down with all his force, he could not hide the light, which streamed from under it in an unbroken flood upon the ground. He was conscious of being exhausted and overcome by an irresistible drowsiness, and further, of being in his own bedroom. He gave the cap a parting squeeze, in which his hand relaxed, and had barely time to reel to bed before he sank into a very heavy sleep. And I believe that is Scrooge compressing the ghost of Christmas past. I'm going to take another moment to eat something, take a few sips. How y'all doing, by the way? That's quite tasty. Thank you, Scarble. I'm glad you think so. And I will hydrate as soon as I can, Mike. Got to run, but we'll definitely listen to the rest later. Thank you so much for popping in, Vermouth. Have a great rest of your evening. I drove safely from work and actually cut your stream, which is a surprise. About to go over the speed limit. You didn't, right? You stayed within the speed limit all safely? Very good. Very much enjoying it. Very much enjoying it, just may be a good idea to make it regular. Sorry, my brain is... Yeah, I think I might be able to finish off this last little bit of the sandwich. Too much. Okay. I got too hungry, too ambitious. Sorry. Oh, I need to mute. Terribly sorry for that. Yeah, I have been reading for a bit. I can stand a double check, by the way. Would you all like for me to keep reading, or perhaps wait until a future stream? Maybe bump one of the other streams into finishing the story. I have a feeling if we kept reading this, we'd probably go until about 7 p.m. my time. That would be about another hour and a half. What do you think? think I can do one more chapter and then see how I feel about that. How's that sound? I'm all in for... Okay, cool. I'm going to check a few things before I go much further. I want to make sure that I'm not neglecting messages. All right. I think I know who we might raid after this. All right. One last little sip of tea. Oof, sorry for that gulp there. Goodness. Okay. Let's go with stave 3. The second of the 3 spirits. Awaking in the middle of a prodigiously tough snore, and sitting up in bed. Sorry. Wow. Get his thoughts together. Scrooge had no occasion to be told that the bell was again upon the stroke of 1. He felt that he was restored to consciousness in the right nick of time, the especial purpose of holding a conference with the second messenger dispatched to him through Jacob Marley's intervention. But, finding that he turned uncomfortably cold when he began to wonder which of his curtains this new spectre would draw back, he put them every one aside with his own hands, and lying down again, established a sharp lookout all round the bed. For he wished to challenge the spirit on the moment of its appearance, and did not wish to be taken by surprise and made nervous. Gentlemen of the free and easy sort, who plume themselves on being acquainted with a move or two, and being usually equal to the time of day, express the wide range of their capacity for adventure by observing that they are good for anything from pitch and toss to manslaughter, between which opposite extremes, no doubt, there lies a tolerably wide and comprehensive range of subjects. Without venturing for Scrooge quite as heartily as this, I don't mind calling on you to believe that he was ready for a good broad field of strange appearances, and that nothing between a baby and a rhinoceros would have astonished him very much. Now, being prepared for almost anything, he was not by any means prepared for nothing, and consequently, when the bell struck 1 and no shape appeared, he was taken with a violent fit of trembling. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a quarter of an hour went by, yet nothing came. All this time he lay upon his bed, the very core and center of a blaze of ruddy light, which streamed upon it when the clock proclaimed the hour, and which, being only light, was more alarming than a dozen ghosts, as he was powerless to make out what it meant, or would be, and was sometimes apprehensive that he might be at that very moment an interesting case of spontaneous combustion, without having the consolation of knowing it. At last, however, he began to think, as you or I would have thought at first, for it is always the person not in the predicament who knows what ought to have been done in it, and would unquestionably have done it too. At last, I say, he began to think that the source and secret of this ghostly light might be in the adjoining room, from whence, on further tracing, it seemed to shine. This idea is taking full possession of his mind. He got up softly and shuffled in his slippers to the door. In the moment Scrooge's hand was on the lock, a strange voice called him by his name, and bade him enter. He obeyed. It was his own room, there was no doubt about that, but it had undergone a surprising transformation. The walls and ceiling were so hung with living green that it looked a perfect grove, from every part of which bright gleaming berries glistened. The crisp leaves of holly, mistletoe, and ivy reflected back the light, as if so many little mirrors had been scattered there, and such a mighty blaze went roaring up in the chimney as that dull petrification of a hearth had never known in Scrooge's time, or Marley's, or for many and many a winter season gone. Heaped up on the floor to form a kind of throne were turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, great joints of meat, suckling pigs, long wreaths of sausage, mince pies, plum puddings, barrels of oysters, red-hot chestnuts, cherry-cheeked apples, juicy oranges, luscious pears, immense 12th cakes, and seething bowls of punch that made the chamber dim with their delicious steam. In easy state upon this couch there sat a jolly giant, glorious to see, who bore a glowing torch, in shape not unlike Plenty's horn, and held it up, high up, to shed its light on Scrooge, as he came peeping round the door. "Come in!" exclaimed the ghost. "Come in and know me better, man!" And that appears to be the giant. Quick sip. This one was always my favorite. Scrooge entered timidly and hung his head before the spirit. He was not the dogged Scrooge he had been, and though the spirit's eyes were clear and kind, he did not like to meet them. "I am the ghost of Christmas present," said the spirit. "Look upon me!" Scrooge reverently did so. It was clothed in one simple green robe or mantle bordered with white fur. This garment hung so loosely on the figure that its capacious breast was bare, as if disdaining to be warded or concealed by any artifice. Its feet, observable between the ample folds of the garment, were also bare, and on its head it wore no covering other than a holly wreath, set here and there with shining icicles. Its dark brown curls were long and free as its genial face, its sparkling eye, its open hand, its cheery voice, its unconstrained demeanor, and its joyful air. Girded round its middle was an antique scabbard, but no sword was in it, and the ancient sheath was eaten up with rust. "You have never seen the likes of me before!" exclaimed the spirit. "Never," Scrooge made answer to it. "Have never walked forth with the younger members of my family? Meaning, for I am very young, my elder brothers born in these later years?" pursued the phantom. "I don't think I have," said Scrooge. "I'm afraid I have not. Have you had many brothers, spirit?" "More than 1,800, said the ghost. "A tremendous family to provide for," muttered Scrooge. The ghost of Christmas present rose. "Spirit," said Scrooge submissively, "conduct me where you will. I went forth last night on compulsion, and I learnt a lesson which is working now. Tonight, if you have aught to teach me, let me profit by it." "Touch my robe!" Scrooge did as he was told, and held it fast. Holly, mistletoe, red berries, ivy, turkey, geese, game, poultry, brawn, meat, pigs, sausages, oysters, pies, puddings, fruit, and punch all vanished instantly. So did the room, the fire, the ruddy glow, the hour of night. And they stood in the city streets on Christmas morning, where, for the weather was severe, the people made a rough but brisk but not unpleasant kind of music, in scraping the snow from the pavement in front of their dwellings and from the tops of their houses, or as mad delight to the boys to see it plumping down to the road below and splitting into artificial little snowstorms. The house fronts looked black enough, and the windows blacker, contrasting with the smooth white sheet of snow upon the roofs, and with the dirtier snow upon the ground, which last deposit had been plowed up in deep furrows by the heavy wheels of carts and wagons, furrows that crossed and recrossed each other hundreds of times where the great streets branched off, and made intricate channels, hard to trace in the thick yellow mud and icy water. The sky was gloomy, and the shortest streets were choked up with a dingy mist, half thawed, half frozen, whose heavier particles descended in a shower of sooty atoms, as if all the chimneys in Great Britain had, by one consent, caught fire and were blazing away to their dear hearts' content. There was nothing very cheerful in the climate of the town, and yet was there an air of cheerfulness abroad. The clearest summer air and the brightest summer sun might have endeavored to diffuse in vain. For the people who were shoveling away on the housetops were jovial and full of glee, calling out from one another to one another from the parapets, and now then exchanging a facetious snowball, better-natured missile far than many a wordy jest, laughing heartily if it went right and not less heartily if it went wrong. The poulterers' shops were still half open, and the fruiterers were radiant in their glory. They were great, round, pot-bellied baskets of chestnuts, shaped like the waistcoats of jolly old men, lolling at the doors and tumbling out into the streets in their apoplectic opulence. Goodness. They were ruddy, brown-faced, broad-girthed Spanish onions, shining in the fatness of their growth like Spanish friars, and winking from their shelves in wanton slyness at the girls as they went by, and glanced demurely at the hung-up mistletoe. There were pears and apples clustered high in blooming pyramids. There were bunches of grapes made in the shopkeeper's benevolence to dangle from conspicuous hooks. The people's mouths might water gratis as they passed. There were piles of filberts, mossy and brown, recalling in their fragrance ancient walks among the woods, and pleasant shufflings ankle-deep through withered leaves. There were Norfolk biffins, squat and swarthy, setting off the yellow of the orange and lemons, and in the great compactness of their juicy persons, urgently entreating and beseeching to be carried home in paper bags and eaten after dinner. The very gold and silver fish set forth among these choice fruits in a bowl though members of a dull and stagnant-blooded race appeared to know that there was something going on, and, to a fish, went gasping round and round in their little world in slow and passionless excitement. The grocers! Oh, the grocers nearly closed, with perhaps 2 shutters down or 1, but through these gaps such glimpses. It was not alone that the scales descending on the counter made a merry sound, or that twine and roller parted company so briskly, or that the canisters were rattled up and down like juggling tricks, or even that the blended scents of tea and coffee were so grateful to the nose, or even that the raisins were so plentiful and rare, the almonds so extremely white, the sticks of cinnamon so long and straight, the other spices so delicious, the candied fruit so caked and spotted with molten sugar as to make the coldest lookers-on feel faint and subsequently bilious. Nor was it that the figs were moist and pulpy, or that the French plums blushed in modest tartness from their highly decorated boxes, or that everything was good to eat in its Christmas dress. But the customers were also hurried and so eager in their hopeful promise of the day that they tumbled up against each other at the door, crashing their wicker baskets wildly, and left their purchases upon the counter, and came running back to fetch them, and committed hundreds of the like mistakes in the best humor possible, while the grocer and his people were so frank and fresh that the polished hearts with which they fastened their aprons behind might have been their own, worn outside for general inspection, and for Christmas daws to peck at if they choose. I need a quick sip. But soon the steeples called good people all to church and chapel, and away they came, walking through the streets in their best clothes and with their gayest faces. And at the same time there emerged from scores of by-streets, lanes, and nameless turnings innumerable people, carrying their dinners to the baker shops. The sight of these poor revelers appeared to interest the spirit very much, for he stood with Scrooge beside him in a baker's doorway, and taking off the covers as their bearers passed, sprinkled incense on their dinners from his torch. And it was very uncommon kind of torch, for once or twice, when there were angry words between some dinner carriers who had jostled each other, he'd shed a few drops of water from it, and their good humor was restored directly. For they said it was a shame to quarrel upon Christmas Day, and so it was. God love it, so it was. In time the bells ceased, and the bakers were shut up, and yet there was a genial shadowing forth from all these dinners and the progress of their cooking, in the thawed blotch of wet above each baker's oven, where the pavement smoked as if its stones were cooking too. "Is there a peculiar flavor in what you sprinkle from your torch?" asked Scrooge. "There is. My own. Would it apply to any kind of dinner on this day?" asked Scrooge. "To any kindly given. To a poor one most." "Why to a poor one most?" asked Scrooge. "'Cause it needs it most." "Spirit," said Scrooge, after a moment's thought, "I wonder you, of all the beings in the many worlds about us, should you desire to cramp these people's opportunities of innocent enjoyment?" "I?" cried the spirit. "You would deprave them of their means of dining every 7th day, often the only day on which they could be said to dine at all," said Scrooge, "wouldn't you?" "I?" cried the spirit. "You seek to close these places on the 7th day," said Scrooge, "and it comes to the same thing." "I seek?" exclaimed the spirit. "Forgive me if I am wrong. It has been done in your name, or at least in that of your family," said Scrooge. "There are some upon this earth of yours," returned the spirit, "who lay claim to know us, and who do their deeds of passion, pride, ill will, hatred, envy, bigotry, and selfishness in our name, who are strange to us and all our kith and kin as if they never lived. Remember that, and charge their doings on themselves, not us." That had some weight to it. Sorry, that one. Read that one carefully, goodness. Scrooge promised that he would, and they went on, invisible as they had been before, into the suburbs of the town. It was a remarkable quality of the ghost which Scrooge had observed at the baker's, that notwithstanding his gigantic size, he could accommodate himself to any place with ease, and that he stood beneath a low roof quite as gracefully and like a supernatural creature as it was possible he could have done in any lofty hall. And perhaps it was the pleasure of the good spirit that had in showing off this power of his, or else it was his own kind, generous, hearty nature, and his sympathy with all poor men, that led him straight to Scrooge's clerks. For there he went, and took Scrooge with him, holding to his robe, and on the threshold of the door the spirit smiled and stopped to bless Bob Cratchit's dwelling with a sprinkling of his torch. Think of that! Bob had but 15 bob a week himself. He pocketed on Saturdays but 15 copies of his Christian name, and yet the ghost of Christmas present blessed his 4-roomed house. Then up rose Mrs. Cratchit, Cratchit's wife, dressed out but poorly in a twice-turned gown, but brave in ribbons, which are cheap and make a goodly show for sixpence, and she laid the cloth, assisted by Belinda Cratchit, second of her daughters, and brave in ribbons, while Master Peter Cratchit plunged a fork into the saucepan of potatoes, and getting the corners of his monstrous shirt collar, Bob's private property, conferred upon his son, and heir in honor of the day, into his mouth, rejoiced to find himself so gallantly attired, and yearned to show his linen in the fashionable parks. And now 2 smaller Cratchits, boy and girl, came tearing in, screaming that outside the baker's they had smelt the goose, and known it for their own, and basking in luxurious thoughts of sage and onion, these young Cratchits danced about the table. Welcome back, Persa. Danced about the table, and exalted Master Peter Cratchit to the skies, while he, not proud, although his collars nearly choked him, blew the fire until the slow potatoes bubbling up knocked proudly at the saucepan lid to be let out and peeled. What has ever got to your precious father, then?" said Mrs. Cratchit. "And your brother Tiny Tim, and Martha weren't as late as Christmas Day by half an hour." "Here's Martha, mother," said a girl, appearing as she spoke. "Here's Martha, mother," cried the 2 young Cratchits. "Hurrah, there's such a goose, Martha!" "Why, bless your heart alive, my dear, how late you are!" said Miss Cratchit, kissing her a dozen times, and taking off her shawl and bonnet for her with officious zeal. "We'd a deal to work to finish up last night," replied the girl, "and had to clear away this morning, mother." "Well, never mind so long as you are come," said Mrs. Cratchit. "Sit ye down before the fire, my dear, and have a warm, Lord bless ye." No, there's father coming," cried the 2 young Cratchits, who were everywhere at once. "Hide, Martha, hide!" So Martha hid herself, and in came little Bob, the father, with at least 3 feet of comforter exclusive of the fringe, hanging down before him, and his threadbare clothes darned up and brushed to look seasonable, and Tiny Tim upon his shoulder. Alas for Tiny Tim, he bore a little crutch, and had his limbs supported by an iron frame. "Why, where's our Martha?" cried Bob Cratchit, looking around. "Not coming," said Mrs. Cratchit. "Not coming," said Bob, with a sudden declension in his high spirits, for he had been Tim's blood horse all day from the church and come home rampant. "Not coming upon Christmas Day." Martha didn't like to see him disappointed, if it were only in joke, so she came out prematurely from behind the closed door and ran into his arms, while the 2 young Cratchits hustled Tiny Tim and bore him off into the wash-house that he might hear the pudding singing into the copper. "And how did little Tim behave?" asked Mrs. Cratchit, when she had rallied Bob on his credulity, and Bob had hugged his daughter to his heart's content. "As good as gold," said Bob, "and better. Somehow he gets thoughtful, sitting by himself so much, and thinks the strangest things you ever heard. He told me coming home—" Oh, hydrate, that I can do. I'm going to drink my water this time, actually. Thank you. He told me coming home that he hoped that the people saw him in the church, because he please understand that I am reading the text as it is written, and would not use this kind of verbiage to this day. Actually, I'm going to read it different. Because he was crippled, and it might be pleasant to them to remember upon Christmas Day, who made lame beggars walk and blind men see. Bob's voice was tremulous when he told them this, and trembled more when he said that Tiny Tim was growing strong and hearty. His active little crutch was heard upon the floor, and back came Tiny Tim before another word was spoken, escorted by his brother and sister to his stool before the fire. And while Bob, turning up his cuffs, as if, poor fellow, they were capable of being made more shabby, compounded some hot mixture in a jug with gin and lemons, and stirred it round and put it on its hob to simmer, Master Peter and the 2 ubiquitous young Cratchits went to fetch the goose, with which they soon returned in a high procession. Such a bustle ensued that you might have thought a goose the rarest of all birds, a feathered phenomenon to which a black swan was a matter of course, and in truth was something very like it in that house. Miss Cratchit made the gravy, ready beforehand in a little saucepan, hissing hot. Master Peter mashed the potatoes with incredible vigor. Miss Belinda sweetened up the applesauce. Martha dusted the hot plates. Bob took Tiny Tim beside him in a tiny corner at the table. The two young Cratchits set chairs for everybody, not forgetting themselves, and mounting guards upon their posts, crammed spoons into their mouths, lest they would shriek for goose before their turn came to be helped. At last the dishes were set on, and grace was said. It was succeeded by a breathless pause, as Mrs. Cratchit, looking slowly all along the carving knife, prepared to plunge it into the breast. But when she did, and when the long-expected gush of stuffing issued forth, one murmur of delight arose all round the board, and even Tiny Tim, excited by the two young Cratchits, beat on the table with the handle of his knife and feebly cried, "Hurrah!" Quick sip. Okay. There was never such a goose. Bob said he didn't believe there ever was such a goose cooked. Its tenderness and flavor, size and cheapness were the themes of universal admiration. Eked out by applesauce and mashed potatoes, it was a sufficient dinner for the whole family. Indeed, as Mrs. Cratchit said with great delight, surveying one small atom of a bone upon the dish, they hadn't ate it all at last. Yet everyone had had enough, and the youngest Cratchits in particular was steeped in sage and onion to the eyebrows. But now, the plates being changed by Miss Belinda, Mrs. Cratchit left the room alone, too nervous to bear witnesses, to take the pudding up and bring it in. Suppose it should not be done enough? Suppose it should break in turning out? Suppose somebody should have got over the wall of the backyard and stolen it while they were merry with the goose? A supposition at which the two young Cratchits became livid. All sorts of horrors were supposed. Hello! A great deal of steam. The pudding was out of the copper, a smell like a washing day. That was the cloth. A smell like an eating house and a pastry cook's next door to each other, with a laundress's next door to that. That was the pudding. In half a minute, Miss Cratchit entered, flushed, but smiling proudly with the pudding, like a speckled cannonball, so hard and firm, blazing in half a quartern of ignited brandy and bedight with Christmas holly stuck on the top. Oh, what a wonderful pudding! Bob Cratchit said, and calmly too, that he regarded it as the greatest success achieved by Mrs. Cratchit since their marriage. Mrs. Cratchit said now that the weight was off her mind, she could confess that she had her doubts about the quantity of flour. Everybody had something to say about it, but nobody said or thought it was at all a small pudding for a large family. It would have been flat heresy to do so. Any Cratchit would have blushed to hint at such a thing. At last the dinner was all done. The cloth was cleared, the hearth swept, and the fire made up. The compound in the jug being tasted and considered perfect, apples and oranges were put upon the table and a shovelful of chestnuts on the fire. Then all the Cratchit family drew round the hearth, in what Bob Cratchit called a circle, meaning a half of one, and at Bob Cratchit's elbow stood the family display of glass, 2 tumblers and a custard cup without a handle. These held the hot stuff from the jug, however, as well as golden goblets would have done, and Bob served it out with beaming looks, while the chestnuts on the fire sputtered and cracked noisily. Then Bob proposed, "A Merry Christmas to us all, my dear. God bless us." With all the family re-echoed. "God bless us, everyone," said Tiny Tim, the last of all. He sat very close to his father's side upon the little stool. Bob held his withered little hand in his, as if he loved the child and wished to keep him by his side, and dreaded that he might be taken from him. "Spirit," said Scrooge, with an interest he had never felt before, "please tell me if Tiny Tim will live." "I see a vacant seat," replied the ghost, "in the poor chimney corner, and a crutch without an owner, carefully preserved. If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, the child will die." "No, no," said Scrooge. "Oh, no, kind spirit! Say he will be spared!" If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, none other of my race," returned the ghost, "will find him here. What then? If he be like to die, he'd better do it, and decrease the surplus population." Scrooge hung his head to hear his own words quoted by the spirit, and was overcome with penitence and grief. "Man," said the ghost, "if man you be in heart, not adamant, forbear that wicked cant until you have discovered what the surplus is, and where it is. Will you decide what men shall live, what men shall die?
It may be that in the sight of heaven you are more worthless and less fit to live than millions like this poor man's child. Oh, God, to hear the insect on the leaf pronouncing on the too much life among his hungry brothers in the dust. That's a doozy. Quick sip. All right. Scrooge bent before the ghost's rebuke, and trembling cast his eyes upon the ground. But he raised them speedily, on hearing his own name. "Mr. Scrooge," said Bob. "I'll give you Mr. Scrooge, the founder of the feast." "The founder of the feast, indeed!" cried Mrs. Cratchit, reddening. "I wish I had him here. I'd give him a piece of my mind to feast upon, and I hope he'd have a good appetite for it." "My dear," said Bob, "the children, Christmas Day." "It should be on Christmas Day, I am sure," said she, "on which one drinks to the health of such an odious, stingy, hard, unfeeling man as Mr. Scrooge. You know how he is, Robert. Nobody knows it better than you do, poor fellow." "My dear," was Bob's mild answer, "Christmas Day." "I'll drink to his health for your sake in the days," said Mrs. Cratchit. "Not to his. Long life to him, a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. He'll be very merry and happy, I have no doubt." The children drank the toast after her. It was the first of their proceedings which had no heartiness. Tiny Tim drank it last of all, but he didn't care twopence for it. Scrooge was the ogre of the family. The mention of his name cast a dark shadow on the party, which was not dispelled for full 5 minutes. After it had passed away, they were 10 times merrier than before. From the mere relief of Scrooge the baleful being done with, Bob Cratchit told them how he had a situation in his eye for Master Peter, which could bring in, if obtained, full 5 and 6 pence weekly. The 2 young Cratchits laughed tremendously at the idea of Peter's being a man of business, and Peter himself looked thoughtfully at the fire between his collars, as if he were deliberating what particular investments he should favor when he came into the receipt of that bewildering income. Martha, who was a poor apprentice at a milliner's, then told them what kind of work she had to do, and how many hours she worked at a stretch, and how she meant to lie abed tomorrow morning for a good long rest. Tomorrow being a holiday she passed at home. Alas, how she had seen a countess and a lord some days before, and how the lord was much as tall as Peter, at which Peter pulled up his collar so high that you couldn't have seen his head if you had been there. All this time the chestnuts in the jug went round and round, and by and by they had a song about a lost child traveling in the snow, from Tiny Tim, who had a plaintive little voice and sang it very well indeed. There was nothing of high remark in this. They were not a handsome family, they were not well dressed, their shoes were far from being waterproof, their clothes were scanty, and Peter might have known, and very likely did, the inside of a pawnbroker's. But they were happy, grateful, pleased with one another, and contented with the time. And when they faded, and looked happier yet in the bright sprinklings of the spirit's torch at parting, Scrooge had his eye upon them, and especially on Tiny Tim, until the last. By this time it was getting dark, and snowing pretty heavily, and as Scrooge and the spirit went along the streets, the brightness of the roaring fires and kitchens and parlors and all sorts of rooms was wonderful. Here the flickering of blaze showed preparations for a cozy dinner, with hot plates baking through and through before the fire, and deep red curtains ready to be drawn to shut out cold and darkness. There all the children of the house were running out into the snow to meet their married sisters, brothers, cousins, uncles, aunts, and be the first to greet them. Here again were shadows on the window blind of guests assembling, and there a group of handsome girls, all hooded and fur-booted, and all chattering at once, tripped lightly off to some near neighbor's house, where, woe upon the single man who saw them enter artful witches, well they knew it, in a glow. But if you had judged from the numbers of people on their way to friendly gatherings, you might have thought that no one was home to give them welcome where they got there, instead of every house expecting company and piling up its fires half chimney high. Blessings on it, how the ghost exulted, how it bared its breadth of breast, and opened its capacious palm, and floated on, outpouring with a generous hand its bright and harmless mirth on everything within its reach. The very lamplighter who ran on before, dotting the dusky streets with specks of light, and who was dressed to spend the evening somewhere, laughed out heartily as the spirit passed, though little kenned the lamplighter that he had any company but Christmas. And now, without a word of warning from the ghost,
They stood upon a bleak and desert moor, where monstrous passes of rude stone were cast about, as though it were the burial place of giants. And water spread itself wheresoever it listed, would have done so, but for the frost that it held it prisoner, and nothing grew but moss and furze, and coarse rank grass. Down in the west the setting sun had left a streak of fiery red, which glared upon the desolation for an instant, like a sullen eye, and frowning lower, lower, lower yet, was lost in the thick gloom of darkest night. Quick sip. Sorry. There we go. What place is this? Asked Scrooge. A place where miners live, who labor in the bowels of the earth, returned the spirit. But they know me, see? A light shone from the window of a hut, and swiftly they advanced towards it. Passing through the wall of mud and stone, they found a cheerful company assembled round a glowing fire. An old man and woman, with their children and their children's children, and another generation beyond that, all decked out gaily in their holiday attire. The old man, in a voice that seldom rose above the howling of the wind upon the barren waste, was singing them a Christmas song. It had been a very old song when he was a boy, and from time to time they all joined in the chorus. So surely as they raised their voices, the old man got quite blithe and loud, and so surely as they stopped, his vigor sank again. Sorry. The spirit did not tarry there, but bade Scrooge to hold his robe, and passing on or above the moor, sped whither? Not to see? To see. To Scrooge's horror, looking back, he saw the last of the land, a frightful range of rocks behind them, and his ears were deafened by the thundering of water as it rolled and roared and raged among the dreadful caverns it had worn, and fiercely tried to undermine the earth. Built upon a dismal reef of sunken rocks, some league or so from shore, on which the waters chafed and dashed, the wild year through, there stood a solitary lighthouse. Great heaps of seaweed clung to its base, and storm birds, born to the wind, one might suppose, as seaweed of the water, rose and fell about it, like the waves they skimmed. But even here, two men, excuse me, but even here, two men who watched the light had made a fire, that through the loophole in the thick stone wall shed out a ray of brightness on that awful sea. Joining their horny hands over the rough table at which they sat, they wished each other Merry Christmas. Deserved that, I guess. They wished each other Merry Christmas in their can of grog, and one of them, the elder, too, with his face all damaged and scarred with hard weather, as the figurehead of an old ship might be, struck up a sturdy song that was like a gale in itself. Again the ghost sped on, above the black and heaving sea. On, until, being far away, as he told Scrooge, from any shore, they lighted upon a ship. They stood beside the helmsman at the wheel, the lookout in the bow, the officers who had the watch, dark, ghostly figures in their several stations, but every man among them hummed a Christmas tune, or had a Christmas thought, or spoke below his breath to his companion of some bygone Christmas day, with homeward hopes belonging to it. And to every man on board, waking or sleeping, good or bad, had a kinder word for another on that day, on any day in the year, and had shared to some extent in its festivities, and had remembered those he cared for at a distance, and had known that they delighted to remember him. It was a great surprise to Scrooge, while listening to the moaning of the wind, and thinking what a solemn thing it was to move on through this lonely darkness over an unknown abyss, whose depths were secrets as profound as death. It was a great surprise to Scrooge, while thus engaged, to hear a hearty laugh. It was a much greater surprise to Scrooge to recognize it as his own nephew's, and to find himself in a bright, dry, gleaming room, with the spirit standing smiling by his side, and looking at the same nephew with approving affability. Laughed Scrooge's nephew. If you should happen, by any unlikely chance, to know a man more blessed in a laugh than Scrooge's nephew, all I can say is, I should like to know him too. Introduce him to me, and I'll cultivate his acquaintance. It is a fair, even-handed, noble adjustment of things that while there is infection and disease and sorrow, there is nothing in the world so irresistibly contagious as laughter and good humor. When Scrooge's nephew laughed in this way, holding his side, rolling his head, and twisting his face in the most extravagant contortions, Scrooge's niece by marriage laughed as heartily as he, and their assembled friends, being not a bit behindhand, roared out lustily, "He said that Christmas was a humbug, as I live!" cried Scrooge's nephew. "He believed it too!" "More shame for him, Fred," said Scrooge's niece indignantly. "Bless those women. They never do anything by halves. They are always in earnest." "Charlie? Bruh? I'm gonna have a quick sip. I think I'm going to finish this chapter and end the stream. Because this is really doing a number on my vocal cords. She was very pretty, exceedingly pretty, with a dimpled, surprised-looking face. I feel like I'm speaking as if I was streaming regularly. I'm going to turn the mic down. I'm going to make a few adjustments, in fact. Filters. Turn the noise gate back on. Right. With a dimpled, surprised-looking capital face, a ripe little mouth that seemed to be made to be kissed, as no doubt it was, all kinds of good little dots about her chin that melted into one another when she laughed, and the sunniest pair of eyes you ever saw in any creature's head. Although she was what you would have called provoking, but satisfactory too. Oh, perfectly satisfactory. "He's a comical old fellow," said Scrooge's nephew. "That's the truth, and not so pleasant as he might be. However, his offences carry their own punishment, and I have nothing to say against him." "I'm sure he is very rich, Fred," hinted Scrooge's niece. "At least you always tell me so." "All right, take care, Vera. Thank you so much for coming." "What of that, my dear?" said Scrooge's nephew. "His wealth is of no use to him. He don't do any good with it. He don't make himself comfortable with it. He hasn't the satisfaction of thinking that he's ever going to benefit us with it. I have no patience with him," observed Scrooge's niece. Scrooge's niece's sisters and all the other ladies expressed the same opinion. "Oh, I have," said Scrooge's nephew. "I'm sorry for him. I couldn't be angry with him if I tried. Who suffers by his ill whims? Himself, always. Here, he takes it into his head to dislike us, and he won't come and dine with us. What's the consequence? He don't lose much of a dinner." Indeed, I think he loses a very good dinner," interrupted Scrooge's niece. Everybody else said the same, and they must have been allowed to have been some competent judges, because they had just had dinner, and with dessert upon the table, were clustered round the fire by lamplight. "Well, I'm very glad to hear it," said Scrooge's nephew, "because I haven't great faith in these young housekeepers. What do you say, Topper?" Topper had clearly got his eye upon one of Scrooge's niece's sisters, for he answered that a bachelor was a wretched outcast who had no right to express an opinion on the subject. Whereat Scrooge's niece's sister, the plump one with the lace tucker, not the one with the roses, blushed. "Do go on, Fred," said Scrooge's niece, clapping her hands. "He never finishes what he begins to say. He's such a ridiculous fellow." Scrooge's nephew revelled in another laugh, and, as it was impossible to keep the infection off, though his plump sister tried hard to do it with aromatic vinegar, his example was unanimously followed. "I was only going to say," Scrooge's nephew, "that the consequence of his taking a dislike to us and not making merry with us is, as I think, that he loses some pleasant moments, which could do him no harm. I'm sure he loses pleasanter companions than he can find in his own thoughts, either in his mouldy old office or his dusty chambers. I mean to give him the same chance every year, whether he likes it or not, for I pity him. He may rail at Christmas till he dies, but he can't help thinking better of it. I defy him. If he finds me going there in good temper year after year and saying, 'Uncle Scrooge, how are you?' If it only puts him in the same vein to leave his poor clerk £50, that's something, and I think I shook him yesterday." It was their turn to laugh now at the notion of this shaking Scrooge, but being thoroughly good-natured and not caring what they laughed at, so that they laughed at any rate, he encouraged them in their merriment and passed the bottle joyously. After tea they had some music, for they were such a musical family, and I knew what they were about. When they sung a glee or catch, I can assure you, especially Topper, who could growl away in the bass like a good one, and never swell the large vein in his forehead or get red in the face over it. Scrooge's nieces played, Scrooge's niece played well upon the harp, and played among other tunes a simple little air, a mere nothing, you might learn to whistle it in 2 minutes, which had been familiar to the child who fetched Scrooge from the boarding school, as he had been reminded by the ghost of Christmas past. When the strain of music sounded, all the things that ghost had shown him came upon his mind. He softened more and more, and thought that if he could have listened to it often, years ago, he might have cultivated the kindnesses of life for his own happiness with his own hands, without resorting to the sexton's spade that buried Jacob Marley. But they didn't devote the whole evening to music. After a while they played at forfeits, for it is good to be children sometimes, and never better than at Christmas, when its mighty founder was a child himself. Stop! There was first a game at blind man's buff. Of course there was. And I no more believe Topper was really blind than I believe he had eyes in his boots. My opinion is that it was a done thing between him and Scrooge's nephew, and that the ghost of Christmas present knew it. The way he went after that plump sister in the lace tucker was an outrage on the credulity of human nature, knocking down the fire irons, tumbling over the chairs, bumping against the piano, smothering himself among the curtains. Wherever she went, there went he. He always knew where the plump sister was. He wouldn't catch anybody else. If you had fallen up against him, as some of them did on purpose, he would have made a feint of endeavoring to seize you, which would have been an affront to your understanding, and would instantly have sidled off in the direction of the plump sister. She often cried out that it wasn't fair, and it really was not. But when at last he caught her, when, in spite of all of her silken rustlings and her rapid flutterings past him, he got her into a corner where there was no escape. Then his conduct was the most execrable. For his pretending not to know her, his pretending that it was necessary to touch her headdress, and further to assure himself of her identity by pressing a certain ring upon her finger and a certain chain about her neck, was vile, monstrous. No doubt she told him her opinion of it when, another blind man being in office, they were so very confidential together behind the curtains. Scandalous. How many pages are left of the chapter? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I can make it. Scrooge's niece was not one of the blind man's buff party, but was made comfortable with a large chair and a footstool, in a snug corner where the ghost and Scrooge were close behind her. But she joined in the forfeits and loved her love to admiration with all the letters of the alphabet. Likewise, at the game of how, when, and where, she was very great. And to the secret joy of Scrooge's nephew, beat her sisters hollow, though they were sharp girls too, as Topper could have told you. They might have been 20 people there, young and old, but they all played, and so did Scrooge, for wholly forgetting in the interest he had in what was going on, that his voice made no sound in their ears. He sometimes came out with his guess quite loud, and very often guessed quite right, too. For the sharpest needle, best Whitechapel, warranted not to cut in the eye, was not sharper than Scrooge, blunt as he took it in his head to be. The ghost was greatly pleased to find him in this mood, and looked upon him with such favor that he begged like a boy to be allowed to stay until the guest departed. But this, the spirit said, could not be done. "Here is a new game," said Scrooge. "1 half-hour, spirit, only one." It was a game called Yes and No, where Scrooge's nephew had to think of something, and the rest must find out what. He only answering to their questions yes or no, as the case was. The brisk fire of questioning to which he was exposed elicited from him that he was thinking of an animal, a live animal, rather a disagreeable animal, a savage animal, an animal that growled and grunted sometimes, and talked sometimes, and lived in London, and walked about the streets, and wasn't made a show of, and wasn't led by anybody, and didn't live in a menagerie, and was never killed in a market, and was not a horse, or an ass, or a cow, or a bull, or a tiger, or a dog, or a pig, or a cat, or a bear. At every fresh question that was put to him, this nephew burst into a fresh roar of laughter, and was so inexpressibly tickled that he was obliged to get up off of his sofa and stamp. At last the plump sister, falling into a similar state, cried out, "I have found it out! I know what it is, Fred! I know what it is!" "What is it?" cried Fred. "It's your Uncle Scrooge!" Which it certainly was. Admiration was a universal sentiment, though some objected that the reply to is it a bear ought to have been yes, inasmuch as an answer in the negative was sufficient to have diverted their thoughts from Mr. Scrooge, supposing they ever had any tendency that way. "He has given us plenty of merriment, I am sure," said Fred, "and it would be ungrateful not to drink to his health. Here is a glass of mulled wine ready to our hand at the moment, and I say, Uncle Scrooge!" "Well, Uncle Scrooge," they cried, "a Merry Christmas and a Happy Year to the New Year to the old man, whatever he is," said Scrooge's nephew. "He wouldn't take it from me, but may he have it, nevertheless, Uncle Scrooge." Moboja, thank you so much for the follow on the stream. It is great to have you here. I am Odyssey of Odyssey Eurobeat, and my work has been featured in Super Eurobeat, Initial D, DDR, and Matarcon of Shoujo. I was doing a soft speaking reading earlier, but I think my voice can only do so much. All right. Uncle Scrooge had imperceptibly become so gay and light of heart that he would have pledged the unconscious company in return, and thanked them in an inaudible speech, if the ghost had given him time. But the whole scene passed off in the breath of the last words spoken by his nephew, and he and the spirit were again upon their travels. Much they saw, and far they went, and many homes they visited, but always with a happy end. The spirit stood beside sick beds, and they were cheerful. On foreign lands, and they were close at home. By struggling men, and they were patient in their greater hope. By poverty, and it was rich. In almshouse, hospital, and jail, in misery's every refuge, where vain man in his little brief authority had not made fast the door, and barred the spirit out, he left his blessing, and taught Scrooge his precepts. It was a long night, if it were only a night, but Scrooge had his doubts of this, because the Christmas holidays appeared to be condensed in the space of time they passed together. It was strange, too. Thank you for the headbats. It was strange, too, that while Scrooge remained unaltered in his outward form, the ghost grew older, clearly older. Scrooge had observed this change, but never spoke of it until they left a children's 12th night party, when, looking at the spirit as they stood together in an open place, he noticed that its hair was gray. "Are spirits' lives so short?" asked Scrooge. "My life upon this globe is very brief," replied the ghost. "It ends tonight." "Tonight!" cried Scrooge. "Tonight at midnight. Hark, the time is drawing near." The chimes were ringing the 11:15 at that moment. "Forgive me if I'm not justified in what I ask," said Scrooge, looking intently at the spirit's robe. "But I see something strange, and not belonging to yourself, protruding from your skirts. Is it a foot or a claw?" "It might be a claw, for the flesh there is upon it," was the spirit's sorrowful reply. "Look here." From the folding of its robe, it brought 2 children, wretched, abject, frightful, hideous, miserable. They knelt down at its feet and clung upon the outside of its garment. "Oh, man, look here! Look down here!" exclaimed the ghost. They were a boy and a girl, yellow, meager, ragged, scowling, wolfish, but prostrate, too, in their humility, where graceful youth should have filled their features out and touched them with its freshest tints. A stale and shriveled hand like that of age had pinched and twisted them and pulled them into shreds. Where angels might have sat enthroned, devils lurked and glared out menacingly. No change, no degradation, no perversion of humanity in any grade through all the mysteries of wonderful creation had monsters half so horrible and dread. Scrooge started back, appalled. Having them shown to him in this way, he tried to say that they were fine children, but such words choked themselves, rather than be parties to a lie of such enormous magnitude. "Spirit, are they yours?" Scrooge could say no more. "They are man's," said the spirit, looking down upon them, "and they cling to me, appealing from their fathers. This boy is ignorance. This girl is want. Beware them both, and all of their degree. But most of all, beware this boy. For on his brow I see that it is that written which is doom, unless the writing be erased. Deny it!" cried the spirit, stretching out its hand towards the city. "Slander those who tell it ye, admit it for your factious purposes, and make it worse, and abide the end." I need a quick sip. Hello, Kyria. Hello, Raiders. I am Odyssey of Odyssey Eurobeat. It's great to see you here. I hope you're doing well today. Today was supposed to be a soft speaking reading of Christmas stories, and I ended up throwing myself completely at A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. Hello. How are you all doing? Hello, Ren So. Hello, Hana Fujisaki. Thank you so much for the follows. Let's see. And thank you for the follow, Periwinkle Platypus. Good to see you. How are you all? How was your stream? You're playing Lethal Company. I didn't think I would love the game as much as I do now. It's a lot more fun than I thought it would be. Yeah, it's good to have you here. Yeah, my voice is almost gone. I need to be careful. But yeah, I want to finish this chapter at least. Let's see. If you want to collab again and play it, I would be super down. Oh my gosh. Yes, let me get to the rest of the story. Have they no refuge or resource? Cried Scrooge. Are there no prisons? Said the spirit, turning on him for the last time with his own words. Are there no poorhouses? The bell struck 12. Scrooge looked about him for the ghost, and saw it not. As the last stroke ceased to vibrate, he remembered the prediction of an old Jacob Marley, and lifting his eyes, beheld the solemn phantom, draped and hooded, coming, like a mist along the ground, towards him. And that does need to be where I wrap up for today. Bit of a cliffhanger. Stave 4. Alas, my voice is barely able to contain it anymore. I'm so sorry for the long point, but I think I'm gonna find a time next week to finish the story if you're all interested in it. Let me take a look at next week's schedule. Oh, thank you for the headpats. Yeah, my voice is pretty rough, as you can hear. Let's see. Stream planner. So tomorrow is the 9th. Okay, so on the 11th, I plan to build gingerbread houses, but I wonder if I might replace that with finishing the story. Saves me the cost of a gingerbread house, anyway. But yeah, I had a lot of fun today. I know this is a bit of a difference from my usual content, so I'm really glad that we could try this out today. I'm gonna put myself back in the center. Are there any questions, comments, remarks, redemptions before we raid out? I figure that person might be raiding. I might do a cross-platform raid in such a case. Oh, thank you for the head pats. And I will hydrate, thank you. For many years growing up, reading A Christmas Carol was a yearly tradition around these times. Is that right? I mean, that kind of makes sense, though. Thank you for the head pats. Much appreciated. All right. On Twitch, I see streams from Matara Khan. I see Snuffy, Camila. I see Ellie. I see Alue. I see Alexandria. I see Nerd Detective. Thank you so much for the sub. And Leighton, thank you for gifting that sub to Nerd Detective. Please enjoy your emotes, your sub badge, being part of the Oddities community. Let's get some love in the chat for Leighton and for Nerd Detective. Let's see. Daisy is also streaming. Hikaru-kun, Niyamoka, Avalamp, Domo Arga Thanks, Ratskare with Alvanil, Lilac Snow, Sorer. There are a lot of streamers out today. I might try. There's one I may double check. Okay. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna raid a YouTuber. Actually, I'm gonna have a sip. Thank you. Yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and raid Pochi Wanmaru of Idol, who is doing a donathon for funds for moving. So let's go ahead and raid Pochi. Usually I take questions and comments and remarks and redemptions at the end of the stream, but I really need to rest my voice. So, because Twitch emotes don't work on YouTube, I'm going to make my own version of the Audi raid. Because that will actually translate. Well, I don't know about that, actually. I might copy it that way instead. Okay, copy like that. All right, friends, thank you so much for coming. What we're going to do, since this is a cross-platform raid, let's click that. And I'm going to mute it and then play it. Yeah, I'm going to give you the link. And we're going to go ahead and raid once I post the link. But until then, I'm going to try to give you one last thank you for being here. This probably should have been the voice that I used all stream. Are you ready? Ara, ii ko da ne? And with that in mind, let's go ahead and raid Pochiwanmaru over at this link. All right, friends, thank you so much for coming. I will see you next week. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye for now. Otsukare desu. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.